Oh, hey, Isa. And hey, Rick. Hope you're both doing well. Thanks. But yeah, let me know if it starts like stuttering at all, and if it is being annoying, I'll just switch to Windows. Mic is still crispy, hey? Okay. Let me try pulling that down. I'll pull it closer. Yeah, I guess let me know if this feels better. If it's still clipping at all, then I'll try something else. I don't know. I pulled the gain down, so hopefully that just stops it from like going way out. Oh, hey, Pedro. Okay, cool. Yeah, I pulled the gain way down. The gain was like maxed out before, so that was probably bad. Yeah, I'm on Linux now. I'm just trying it out a bit. Like, I usually use Windows for everything, but I've been slowly trying to use Linux more because I don't know, seems fun and I like it. Oh yeah, Rick, that was wild. That was pretty pretty impressive, pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I couldn't believe you did it either. That's it's ridiculous. That might be too small. Yeah, but yeah, congrats. That's amazing. I didn't think anyone would ever. I mean, I didn't think anyone would do it the first run you did, and then I definitely didn't think anyone would do the second run. So that was, yeah. Turn my own music down. Yeah. So today, I'm going to work on. I have some ideas for like kind of like a hazard / enemy that I want to work on, and then I also want to work on clouds. I haven't really done a lot since I last streamed. I just haven't had a lot of time to work on my side project because of XOK stuff. But today I'm going to try some stuff, so we'll see how that goes. And then yeah, trying out Linux. So far it's been fine. Like I haven't had huge problems. I had like there was a little bit of setup stuff, especially like I'm on Fedora. And so it's not like a Debian, like Ubuntu kind of thing. So there's some stuff that was a little bit tricky to set up. Particularly Asprite actually took me a bit of a while to get set up, but otherwise things have been pretty smooth. And I really like the desktop experience and stuff, so see how it goes. And then yeah, I'm using VS Code right now. So last time I streamed I was using Visual Studio, but that obviously doesn't run on Linux. But VS Code is also very nice feeling. I mean, I use VS Code for everything anyways, so it's been fine. And yeah, C++ with VS Code has been pretty good. I haven't been working in it a lot, but I've done it before in the past and it's been fine. And with like this, like with CMake, there's good plugins for it, so it's not a lot of like setup work. Oh, thanks, Pedro. Yeah, I think the thing I was working on before stream, before last night, I guess, when I was kind of like working on the project some more, I was like trying to figure out how you get the weapon, like, so each level has its own weapon that you're gonna have, and you like, it's each weapon you get like that specific one. Each level you get a specific weapon and you just have that. So I was trying to think of ways to do that, and I was thinking that I'd have like a character on the train who you'd see him inside the train too, but he also comes out and like gives you the weapon for each level, something like that. Like obviously the dialogue is just me playing around, but yeah. So like the tool for this level is like the grappling hook. So I'm kind of just playing with that idea, and then yeah. All the art for this area is not done yet. I think I like the color palette that I have, but the idea for this place is like concrete towers kind of in the sky. So today I'm going to probably work on that after I want to work on like a moving enemy kind of that you can grapple to and like ride. So I'm going to do that first, but then after that I want to hopefully work on some visual stuff for this area and make it like work on clouds, work on like the tile set I want for this place, and actually like make it look presentable. I mean, it looks fine now, but this isn't the actual art I want to finish with. Is it still a fixed palette for each region? Yeah, I mean, I can change the palette per room, so I might end up, like, I could see, what I might end up doing is, like, kind of do a unique palette for each checkpoint in the level, that so it, like, gradually shifts between different ones. And then it just, like, so, but yeah, I think I want to have a general theme for each area that it kind of sticks to, but for example, I could make this one, like, change as you get, like, higher up or something, and then, you know, as you come from this one, it could do that or something. So as you climb up this one, it'll shift slowly. I think that could be cool. But I think I want to stick like a general stick to a general sort of style in each level. I draw in black and white. Yeah, that's right. I draw in black and white. I think I can turn the shader off. I can turn the shader off by just breaking it. I can just make it not load the shader. Oh, it'll crash. Wait. Why do you crash? I don't want you to crash. Where's my call stack? This is my call stack. Oh, okay. I can just say this. I just need to make the map editor, check if it exists before it creates the palette shader. There might be more errors. This used to work, but I probably changed the code a lot. Okay, there we go. So yeah, this is what the game looks like without the palette shader. So it's just black and white, and it's not even like, it's not actually even 4 colors. I think it mostly is right now because I kind of stick to the same grayscale palette, but it doesn't have to be. Yeah, the flashback level. Hey, I'm glad you caught the stream too. Seems like take a moment for the hit effects to disappear. Is that collidable for the trailing projectiles? Wait, you can grapple the shot the mob's projectiles now. Cool. It seems to take a moment. Yeah, so the hit effects. So I was trying a thing, like last night. I was kind of iterating on stuff, and I'm trying a thing where like when you pull something towards you, the game freezes on it, so you kind of get a chance to see that it's pulling it. So right there, it like freeze frames. I don't know how well you can see it on stream, but like it does freeze frame there for actually quite a long time, maybe too long, and it pulls the hand back a bit. So like when you're pulling something, it pulls it back, freeze frames, and then keeps going. And I was hoping that would kind of add impact a little bit. I think it works pretty well on the doors because the doors like start rotating and stuff, so it like pulls it and then like snaps. So I like that quite a bit. It doesn't feel like it works quite as well on these levers to me, which is kind of weird because the levers actually pop out. I want them to feel a bit stronger though, like you're really pulling on something. And then yeah, it works on these guys too, but they're a bit harder to like. Yeah, it's a bit harder to notice because everything's happening so fast. Hey Chevy. So let me just change this palette shader back on because I like having colors. I'm glad I fixed it not working in the map editor though. Yeah, it might be a little bit too long. Honestly, I like it in some places. Like, I like it a lot on how the door feels, but I think I agree that it's probably too long. Performance, and it probably feels like the game is actually lagging out. So I'll probably reduce it. I think it's a really long delay right now, which is probably part of the problem. The other option is I could just only freeze the player for that instead of like the whole game stops, which is like adds to that effect. But yeah, it's like super long. I don't even know how many frames that is. It's a lot of frames. Now it's like still quite a few frames, like 7 frames or something, but yeah, that might be good enough. We'll see. I want to tweak the grapple some more in general. Like I don't love how it looks. Like especially like when it comes back to you, it just turns off. There's no like and I kind of think I want some kind of visual effect for like when you actually pull on something instead of it just disappearing. So like there, it just turns off, and I don't know if I love that, but yeah, we'll iterate on that later. Yeah, this new Pokemon has a lot of freeze frames. Yeah, that design decision was an interesting choice for sure. Can I show without any freeze frames? Sure, yeah. Again, I guess this is something like these kind of like freeze frame things might not look as good on Twitch because like I'm not sure if my recording's like super consistent. But yeah, it's kind of like that. I think I like, I don't know. Now I'm going back. Maybe I like it more without the freeze frames. Hey, thanks. I'm glad you like how it looks. I'm going to iterate on how it looks later today, probably. Yeah, I like that it has like that like moment of, oh, it's being pulled. But yeah, it might need more visual flair there to make it clear that the game's not just like freezing it. But we'll see. And then yeah, again, like I don't know, OBS is telling me that I'm like it's like fluctuating from 60 to like 50. So I might just be like actually it might be running like displaying it to you at a lower frame rate, which would like really make the effect look bad or not as good, in my opinion. But I can't really tell what OBS is doing, so. I'm using SDL2 and C++. What song is? It's building up here. Okay. So yeah, the first thing I wanted to do, I think, was it playing? Oh, is this playing something else? Oh, it's playing this. I want to play this album though, please. Yeah, play this album. Okay. Yeah, sound effects would also help with that. I think you're right. Yeah, I don't have sound effects in the game at all yet, so once there's like more stuff like that, I feel like there could probably be some kind of visual flair too, but we'll see. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to add today in actual code land was I want to try working on like a, it's not really an enemy, but it's kind of an enemy. But basically it's going to be like an object that's kind of vertically like tall and thin, and it's going to move across the screen and probably wrap. So to like, you know, come out the left side of the screen, go, or come out the right side of the screen, go to the left side, and repeat. And then just do that over and over again. And then I think you can grapple it. So my idea was you could grapple onto the back of it and kind of ride it, but the front of it would have spikes or something. So you can't grapple the front of it, but then you can grapple onto the back of it. And it'd be like some kind of like robot like thing moving along. Honestly, just kind of like a giant shield with spikes in the front of it that's flying through the air is my thought. But that's going to require a few things because it's going to require some coding, I guess, because right now the grapple hook like doesn't understand the idea of like moving objects, so it doesn't know that you can grapple to things that move. Like right now, these platforms you can't actually grapple to them, and they move, so that doesn't allow that. But like this like block up here, I could in theory grapple, and it's going to be weird. Let me try putting one like somewhere less easier to like mess with. Yeah, like it gets really weird. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, I think OBS is kind of dropping frames. What I've noticed in general, like, so I switched to, I'm like, last time I was streaming on Windows, and this time I'm streaming on Linux, and I've noticed that like OBS, like with whatever current version of Linux I'm using, with like Wayland, OBS just seems to have a harder time rendering it at the same frame rate. And so I think that occasionally it's been dropping a little bit. Not dropping like frames on the stream, but dropping like OBS has been rendering slower. And that feels like something to do with the fact that I'm on, like I was kind of looking on the internet and it seemed like Wayland and OBS is pretty new and there's still some weirdness. Specifically the thing that was like kind of weird is like I'm outputting the stream at 1080p, but my monitor is like 3,800 whatever. So it's recording my monitor at like 3,000 whatever and downsampling it to 1080, but that still means it's doing all the work of like, it like, OBS didn't have a way to like record my monitor at a lower resolution or anything, it just like recorded it, and that seemed to make it a lot slower. So I don't know, but hopefully it's fine. If it ends up being a problem, I'll just switch back to Windows for now. And buy a smaller monitor, yeah. I could switch the monitor to output at 1080, but then it looks, I don't know. Yeah, Wayland seems like it's getting a lot closer. But yeah, I've definitely had a few issues. It seems like it's like everything like the first time I tried the Wayland, like I don't know, 2 years ago, I had a lot of problems, and then this time I've had basically none. The first problem I've had so far is specifically the OBS thing being kind of slow. I'm not using a precompiled header right now. This game's not really that big, so I haven't had a need to. It seems like just like the normal compiler being smart about only recompiling certain object files has been fine. I guess this is going to be a hazard. I don't know if it's an enemy or a hazard. I'll call it a hazard. I don't know what to call it though. Wayland sounds like an SNES RPG. Yeah, it totally does. I don't know where the name Wayland came from. Will the freeze frames versus just a localized behavior delay mess with the flow? The grapple traversal seems like it'll feel great. Or change reversal maneuver and so on. Yeah, I think it could, which is like an argument to not have it for certain things. The freeze frame does not happen on like normal. Like if you grapple towards an object with the player, or if the player grapples toward is pulled to an object, the freeze frame is a lot smaller. So there is a tiny freeze frame when I grab the wall, but it's like maybe a frame or two. So it has a little bit of impact, but not a lot. You don't really feel it. It has a lot more when you're pulling an object to you, which I feel like is less intrusive because it's like you're waiting for the behavior, like the object to get pulled. So it's less of a traversal thing. So I feel less weird about it interrupting game flow almost, because it's you're already kind of interrupting your game flow because you're stopping and pulling on an object. But yeah, there's a chance that it still feels weird. Like there's objects like this that you do pull, and maybe there's going to be situations where you want to do something fast with that and it'll feel weird. So we'll see. Yeah. That's right, Chevy. I don't know what to call this thing though. I should have thought about this. I don't know what to call this. It's like a flying shield. Maybe I'll just call it shield plane or something. And I'm gonna just copy the Bramble code, even though we're gonna replace it all, just because I don't want to deal with boilerplate. Delete all this. And delete that. I want some of this. Wait, what is... Oh, that's the folder. I want this. I need a sprite. don't know when Visual Studio or VS Code is going to figure out that these are happy. It will eventually, but probably not until I compile, I guess. Okay, let me add this to my list of actors. And then this one, I want to give it a facing. So I think it's add field. I don't know because my autocomplete's not working. What's the thing with? Oh, Vault Door has a facing. Add field facing. I'll copy this. Defaults to facing right. That seems fine. The hardest thing in game dev is naming things. Yeah, that's probably true actually. Not just in game dev. Yeah, yeah. The hardest thing ever is just naming things. Yeah. Rotund bun. I like that idea. I think I actually already have a thing in grapple where it like like the object can describe kind of how heavy it is, or it has like effort, like how hard it is to pull. And so I might make the freeze frame rely on that. So like a thing that's like a large pull, it actually freezes for a while before it does the pull, and then smaller ones less. I just haven't actually implemented that exactly. So, but that's a cool idea. I think I could do something like that. Or maybe honestly just not have it at all for small or medium things and do it for large objects. That might be the right thing. Right now they are they are not pixel perfect. They're floating point positions, and then I in my render I round the positions like in my matrix, which is a little bit weird. I've had some weird stuff due to that, but I also haven't wanted to like write my physics so that it has to be points. So yeah, there's a trade-off there. I don't love the system I have right now, but yeah, I just mostly don't want to like have to actually like keep my objects at integer values. Cache and validation? Yeah, cache and validation. Okay, I'm gonna make a really quick sprite for this. With, I don't know how tall it should be. Actually, my tiles are 12 by 12. I think it should be about 3 tiles tall, maybe 4 tiles tall. And then 72 to start with. Yeah, so it should be about like, that seems about the right size. And then I'll make one side spiky. Even though, yeah, I'm gonna redraw this. This is not gonna be the final drawing. I'm just gonna draw it just so that I can see what's happening. Oops. That didn't quite work. Yeah, these aren't going to end up centered anyways because they're not. Maybe the center one I'll just make. Yeah, whatever. Okay, and then I need to give it an origin for my engine to understand what's going on. what did I call this? Like hazard plane or something? Shield plane. Yeah. Thank you. It might be too thick also. I might want to make it thinner, but we'll start with one tile thick. And then preview point is to the center. That's kind of weird, I guess. I think I want offset to be 0. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, let's just see if I can place this in the editor and if it looks normal. I'm gonna delete this enemy for now. Okay, yeah, that seems right. And then obviously it doesn't do anything yet. Okay, so put this here, I guess. And I think I might want a speed value, but I'll come back to that. I'm gonna rename this to actor gets a initialization function. I think. Yeah, I want this function. Okay. And then, okay, I'll just start by adding a sprite and setting its rotation and stuff. And then I guess the sprite facing, yeah, I'll just flip the sprite facing. No, I actually think I want to flip the entity as a whole, not just the sprite. Okay, so now it should exist in the actual world. It does not. I mean, it does exist, but it has no sprite. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Oh, I'm not telling it to play an animation, I guess? That's probably the problem. Right now you are, because it doesn't know about the difference between a grappled, like it doesn't know that it has spikes. And I think, honestly, I'll probably let you grapple it, and then you'll just get hurt. It doesn't need a body, but it does need a collider. And then I said this thing was like a tile wide, so how tall did I say it was? 4 tiles, so that's negative 24. And then 312 by 48, I guess. And then masks solid. Now you should be able to grapple it, but yeah, it won't know about hurting you yet. Yeah. Okay. And then, yeah, I'll make it so it hurts you. I don't remember what attacking needs to do stuff. I guess it needs a collider. Okay. So I'm gonna add a different collider for the hitbox. And it's gonna be at like I guess at +6 and then I'll have a bit of room on the edges, although you can grapple it. Yeah, maybe I'll make it the full length. And then it's gonna be really thin because I don't like it when colliders like this are really big. And it's gonna hit the player. And I think it can hit neutral stuff. Yeah, okay, so now this can have that. Whoops. Wait, so this is attacker needed? Mask? What is the masking? I guess the mask is what it does attack. So, oh, wait, oh, this is the mask of the fighter. I don't want that. I want this thing to hit players and stuff. Grapple of death, yeah. Hey, wave depletion. I like that emoji. Yeah, okay, so now it hurts you in the front and doesn't hurt you in the back. And I can see how big the collider is. Yeah, so I might even make it only like a single pixel. We'll see. Okay. Now just make it move. So I'll give it, I don't need a body, but I do need a mover. Which takes the main collider. I think that's all it needs, right? Okay. I just want to move whatever way you're facing. I guess I'll store facing up here just so I have it as a variable. And then we'll say our speed is equal to, or did I call it velocity? No, let's call it speed. I want to rename speed to velocity. I don't know how fast this should move. I'm going to say just 80. I have no idea. Okay, that should at least start it. I don't have homebrew reflection for this project. This seems pretty good. So what it's actually doing is like, this is kind of the template for this actor. And it's actually like, it's called an actor struct. And this struct has like these list of fields, and then fields just have an enum of what type they are. So these are the different variables I can have in like the actors, like in the map editor. So like float, integer, string, bool, animation point, instances, which are like other actors in the room. Terrain is like a terrain asset type, and rectangle, enum, or facing. And then these get turned into JSON in the editor, and I just kind of know, like, I know the facing value is an integer, like I just kind of inherently know that. But yeah, it's not like, it works for this project. And in this case, like I can't modify this JSON. I'm not editing it in real time because it's like, it's being passed to this. So this is like the actual JSON object from the map data. So I can't modify that because I'm like in the game running. I can edit it from the editor though. So the editor has a way to like modify the JSON, which is like basically a big enum. If I go to my entity editor, which I should rename it as actor editor, but where is it? It's somewhere in here. Oh yeah, here it is. So like floating types, it just uses GUI stuff. So bool is a checkbox. String. Animation is a bit more complex because it needs to like search for assets. Point. Instances is more complex because it's like searching through different instances that you can reference. Train, and then yeah. So that's just the general idea. Yep. I am indeed alive. And I can face this left now if I wanted to try it, and it'll go that way. So yeah, it's not like a full reflection. If this was C#, I would honestly probably just do an actual reflection, like actual reflection stuff, and save that instead. But since it's C++, it's kind of weird. Okay, this works. So now I just need to do a thing where like I need to get the current room I'm in and see if I go out of bounds and loop back to the start of it, which shouldn't be that hard. I just don't know how to actually get the bounds that I'm in. I don't need save data. I need so my map system in theory has room data. And I want to figure out how to get the room bounds. Okay, that's easy. So if we go outside the right side of the room bounds, yeah, so if collider bound world bounds dot left is larger than map room bounds dot right, then we're gonna shift. We're gonna go with the right side and we're gonna shift to the left. I do have backstory and stuff set up, or like in my head, but not in the game yet. But I do have, yeah, I have a story. There's a story that exists, but yeah, the game is far away from having that in. I'm still working on. We were further for a while, but we kind of rebooted this game, so we kind of ripped out all the stuff that existed and started over. And now it's, yeah, it doesn't have any story in it. But there is a plan that I would like to do. I'm gonna actually store world or the map bounds. Then we're gonna say that'll put us at the right side, and then otherwise, if our right side is less than bounds.left, then we increase, and we flip to the other side. Now, I have a worry that this is going to constantly make me flicker back and forth, so I think I'm actually going to store facing in an integer value, let's say 1 by default, and then I'm going to actually assign it, and this way I can say if facing is larger than 0, this we can say if facing is less than 0, and that way I won't, like, there's a chance that I could go out the right side and then flip to the left side, and then the next frame it'll be like, oh, you're out the left side, and flip back to the right side over and over again. Seems unlikely, but just be more careful. Just an average day in the New York subway system, yeah. Do I have errors? Oh, that's not the include path. Oh, where's my map system? Oh, it's in systems. And then it's not map system. It is map system, it's lying. Oh, I want to make the mover not collide with solids. Or jump through, actually. Actually, I think I can just make this a kinematic. And that way it won't. Yeah, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to hit walls. I want it to go through walls. Oh, do I still have problems? What? What's happening? Redefinition of map system? What the fuck? I done? I guess I should read the error. Redefinition of maps and class. Previous definition of is this. Fuck. It's like trying to recompile it. Yeah, I mean, there's two places that include it. I don't see why that's a problem. What is it? I do not understand this error. Previous definition. How are you redefining it? It's in a header file. Is it like compiling this file or something? What the fuck? What is my CMake doing? Did it add it as like an H file? Okay, well that's weird. Oh my god. Yeah, this feels like a curly brace situation to me too, actually. It would be sweet if C++ errors made any sense. Okay, I'm just gonna delete this code here and see. Is it that? Whatever I just wrote? No, it's literally the fact that I'm including it. Oh, this is so weird. Wait, so if I just get rid of this, it's happy. Have I ever played Nuclear Throne? Yeah, I have. Not in quite a while, but I definitely have. Okay, the fact that I'm including this is... Okay, so it's not to do with this, it's just to do with this being... What the fuck? Is this like an include circle or something? How would that be possible? No, that doesn't include anything. Okay, this is... Well, this is fun. It's like compiling it twice. It's thinking it's redefined, but like it's a header file. So why are you getting built? What are you talking about? Yeah, an included file from, like, they're both included from address.cpp. This doesn't make sense. Does it not have a pragma once? Is that actually the problem? It does not. What the fuck? Thank you. Oh my god. How did that file not have that? I must have just completely forgotten to write it and just never included it from anywhere else. No, it is included from other places though. I guess it would have. Wow. Okay, that was weird. Thank you. That was wild. Okay. So that works, that's cool. Yeah, good catching that. In retrospect, it totally makes sense. I was not thinking that. But yeah, I have played Nuclear Throne. And it's a really good game. Okay, so yeah, so this does work. But now I need it to obviously, like, the grapple does not stay with it, which is weird. So this is the thing I was talking about, where now I need to actually make the grapple hook handle that. Yeah, I'm a fan of traditional include guards. Yeah. I don't know. I wish it would. Yeah. It honestly would, be cleaner. was I gonna? Yeah, so I need to make it so that if you're pulling towards the thing, this is not the one. This is pulling it towards you. If you're grappling it, so this, right here I need to check if the thing, so it depends on the enemy. Some enemies get pulled towards you, but other ones you follow. So like this little guy down here, if you grapple this one, it comes towards you. But for this object, I don't want this one to stop. I want this one, I want you to be able to ride that thing. Like I want you to be able to go like that and hang on to the back of it. So for that, I think I need to basically, I don't even need to do it in this. I need to go like, probably the start of the update loop. If we have a thing we're grappled to, I basically just want to store where it was and then where it is and like move my grapple with it. I think. Yeah. Like it should grapple onto it and then, yeah, I just need to follow it. Yeah, does this have an include? This doesn't have an include either. What is going on? How does that, or pragma, what the how did I forget these? Like, I don't think I've ever forgotten these in years, and all of a sudden, I must have been like asleep when I was writing this stuff. Well, that's fun. I guess if we get random errors through the stream, we'll know why. I mean, these ones don't matter because they're only included in a single place anyways, but still, geez. Okay. I think what I want to do is actually store grapple point. This is going to be confusing, but trying to think how to do this. I guess I just need to know where the object was before and where it is now. And I could store that as a matrix, or I could store it just as a position. And I think for now I'll just do position. So if the object's like rotating, this won't work, but so these are going to change to this variable. And then I guess I need an entity ref for like grapple object, which I need to store. Yeah, grappled ref is equal to result.collider entity, and then position is going to be result.collider entity.position. Yeah, I code in my sleep. I've definitely had dreams where I'm coding. They do not make sense, but in the dreams they kind of make sense. Until I wake up and I realize how little sense it made. Okay, so now I just want to store the difference and update us. So, I don't need this. I need object, mgrapple object. And I need to set this to null when I begin. I guess use this actually. Mgrappled. And we have an object that we're connected to. Then we want to move this, so diff is going to be, whoops, this position minus whatever our last object position was. And then we're going to update our object position to the new value. And then we're going to say, then we're going to shift our grappled world position plus equals diff by that amount. Yeah, that should work. Although I don't know if the rest of the grapple code is going to listen to that. I think normal I need to update as well, because I'm not calculating normal every frame. I could change normal so that I do calculate it every frame. But it's probably better to leave it in most cases. Like, where do I assign it? I assign it here. Yeah, I'll just re-update it. Try that out. Yeah, just, I don't know, see what happens here. This may not work. Or it may go great. Honestly, that wasn't bad. That was better than I thought it would be. So it's actually following it nicely now. But now the player doesn't follow it. So now when the player reaches the object, it has to stay with it. So I think I can do that pretty easily. So st-grapple, st-pull, we reach the grappling point, or hit a ceiling. Hit a wall to grapple to, so now we're st. Okay, so an st wall. So once I reach a wall and I'm in the wall state, I want to follow it. So I should probably put this down in the wall code. So I think up here I'm going to store a vector f m grapple, or not m, just grapple moved, I guess. And then instead of storing diff, I'll call it that. And then down here in the actual wall thing, I can say player mover move by the grapple move amount. And now in theory, I should keep following the wall. Because I'm like, it might be kind of jittery though, we'll see what happens. I might need to like code this into the actual, whoops. Oh, that actually worked pretty well. Let's see what it looks like without colliders on. Yeah, that's cool. Now it's gonna be weird though, because I'm gonna have a situation where I'm gonna get teleported. Yeah, so I could do this in a hacky way, and I might just do it in a hacky way. Where like cool grapple teleported. So I'm going to say in here, if grapple move dot length is larger than like 64, then grapple teleported. And this is kind of a hack, but I should actually have some kind of like event system that gives me an information like, hey, the thing you grapple to is like gone now. It like teleported, and is no longer like around. So you should probably let go. But Actually, I don't need teleport. I can just like say grapple to object no longer exists. So like, hey, your grapple to object is just gone now. And then in the wall state, I can be like, or the thing we have is no longer. If the thing we have is gone, stop grappling. So this is kind of a hack, but it'll work for this use case at least, where like, hey, if the thing moved really far in a single frame, like you shouldn't grapple to it anymore. And I think that'll work enough for this. I might also want to do that just in general, like, hey, like it could do that while you're grappling to it. Hit a wall, we passed it. So, thing we grappled to was destroyed. Gone. If no more grappled object, then we exit the whole routine. And I think that'll be good enough. Yeah, I'm using Fedora 37. I'm just on the latest Fedora, and then yep. I want to use a common one, just because I'm not that familiar with Linux, and even going outside of Debian, like outside of Ubuntu, for someone who doesn't know what the fuck is going on, is already like enough for me. So, but yeah, overall I found it pretty smooth. I had a few things like I had to install like Fedora. You have to like if you want like Discord and stuff, I had to like make the package manager look at like that like extra repository for like things that are like proprietary, like Discord or whatever. But otherwise, it's been pretty easy. The only other problem I had was Asprite. I actually ended up self-compiling Asprite to get it to work, but apparently you can just edit like the actual Debian like application and just like extract it out. And I tried that and I just did it wrong, so I just compiled it myself. But oh, it still teleported me. Yeah, Ubuntu is really nice. I've used it in the past. I'm not sure why I didn't do it this time. I guess I just felt like trying stuff out, and I'd heard good things about Fedora. Yeah, so I think what I need to do, they are kind of doubly linked, in the sense that like, well, right now they are not at all, but I could give it like a grapple component, or a grappleable component, and then it could kind of alert things. So I think what I should do is that, but yeah, I actually don't know why it's not. Oh, because I'm moving with it first? Oh, yeah, okay, before I exit out. So right here, before I do anything else, I should say like, yeah. But I'll just do that later. Yeah. I might do it right now. Oh wait, I was trying to test that. Okay, that is what I wanted to happen. Okay, for the sake of coding nicely on stream, I will add it. Where's my components? Where's my grappleable? I almost want to. I need like a messaging system almost. What I'll probably do here. Well, let me think. how do I actually get a reference to this object? What is this? Weapon behavior. Okay, so I think what I want to do, yeah, I need a way to like for this thing to call a function that then releases it. How do I want to do this? This needs to like I still might do this in a kind of weird way. I think I'll just do this. How do I want to do this? Yeah, I would like a way to for an object to like tell the player to cancel the grapple. I'm just trying to think how to do that in a nice way. It needs to like a reference to the grappled thing. And I don't have a nice way to do that right now, but I think I can basically do like ref. I need to include my grapple, so I'm glad I added that pragma once because I would have broken it just now. So I have this grapple by, which is going to be null in most cases, and then in here, in my actual grapple, if the thing exists, so if it exists, then we're going to say that you are now grappled by this. Oh god, I don't have a reference to this because I don't have the. This is one thing I don't like about shared pointers or whatever in C++ is like, inside this grappled object, I need a reference to the shared pointer, but I don't have that instance of the shared pointer inside here. Because I'm inside, like, if I say like it's equal to this, or like, you know, a new shared pointer, whatever, this can be different than the shared pointer that other stuff uses, so it's like very dangerous and bad. So I need to figure this out. Which I think is fine. I think I have a way that the player has the weapon. Let me just see here. How do I get the current weapon that's being used? Okay, I'm gonna do this in a weird. Wait, no, that's actually really dangerous. Oh, this is just fun. This is fun. I'm stuck right now. I basically want to reference. I want to tell so when there's a component with a grapple thing on it, or a grapple component on it, and it gets grappled, I want to alert it like, hey, this is the thing like that's grappling you. And if the thing grappling you is just a component or whatever, that'd be easy. But it's not. It's like this weird weapon behavior I've set up. And so I need to use a shared pointer for that because that's how they're stored. But then I can't just say this. You know, I can say this because that doesn't work. So I need to actually give it the object a reference to like the grapple component, which I think I just am gonna have to do from the player. And this is gonna be really attach and detach for these things would be a pretty generalized way to kind of recover these types of use cases. Yeah. I guess one thing is like. Grappled by does have a callback, so it knows when it gets grappled. And so then once it knows it gets grappled, it just needs to be able to know like it needs to like know what object, like the player, like it needs to know what it's being grappled by so it can alert it. The other way I could do this, which is like, I don't like this as much, but like I could just set a variable on this being like bool, like force detach to false, and then if you just set this to true, then in every update, like this is an easy way to do this, right? Like when I begin the grapple, grapple bool force detach to false, and then if that is ever true, like I can just check here, like like in here I could say like if oh, I don't even know what STD enabled share from this is. I'll have to look that up. I don't know. I don't use share pointers a lot, so I don't know. But yeah, like in general, like there's a shared pointer object that has like a counter or whatever, right? So like if I say shared pointer this, I guess I should just look up what is I don't know what that is. Is that a thing? Because if that's a thing, that's like so much. What? It's an object that is currently managed by STD share pointer named Safe Edition. Safely generate additional share pointer instances. Oh. I did not know about this. I just didn't know about this thing. What the fuck? I'll drag this over here so you can see it. Oh hey, how's it going? How are you doing? I did not know about this thing. I did not know about this thing. I didn't know that, oh, this is, okay, that's actually really useful. Wait, okay, so can I just say like, can I just do that? That's a thing? Yeah, that's like very useful for if you're using shared pointers at all, because then I can actually do ref grapple, grapple by. And what was the shared from this? What the fuck? That's a thing that exists? Yeah, okay, I'll try this. I'll see how this is actually extremely useful if this works. I guess I just have to be careful never to accidentally store myself in myself, but... Oh, nice. Still working in your school, got a part-time job. Nice, that's cool, that's good. You're doing comp sci stuff, right? Yeah, I'll try this out. This is actually what I needed here, so... because then I could do... Okay, well, one thing is... Wait, cancel. Right. Actually, gonna make most of these private, I think. And then I want a new function called like detach. I don't know if I hit. Okay, it doesn't seem to want to auto-generate that for me. Okay, this is true. That's really nice. If M grappleable. And then I just need to make sure that I actually detach here and here. Okay, this is very useful. Thank you for that. That actually is really nice. Where's my weird wall? My weird shield guy. Shield. So now, in theory, when this happens, so okay, I need to add a grappleable one first. Oh, grappleable? I hate that word. I need to change that. Grapple. Entity and grappleable. And then here I can say if this happened. I guess, yeah, let me do it like grapple-appleable. Grapple-apple. Grapple-apple. Yeah, I do not like that. If grappled by detach. This code is happening twice, but that's okay. I need to turn off automatic braces because I hate them. See if this works. I guess I should also get rid of the old code. This thing, so max movement doesn't do anything. Gravel juice, sticky. Yeah, I could just, yeah, honestly, maybe just sticky or something. Okay, what are you not happy about? Oh. What? No, I did not mean grappleable. Weapons, grapple. Grapple. Oh, I'm oh no. Okay, I'm just gonna forward declare that. Use component. Grappleable. Honestly, I don't even need a reference to this thing, because I should just do that. I should just find that based on the grappled object instead. If auto grappleable is equal to m grappled object, get grappleable. I am definitely going to rename this. This is ridiculous. can't even remember how to type it like half the time. Okay, then down here. Yeah, probably rejected by a wall. Clingable, yeah, or clingable. Seize grip. Oh, grip might be good. Yeah. Why are you not happy? What? That's a lie. I don't believe that error. Yeah, no, that's a real thing. That's fine. So when we're pulling towards it, this needs to check if the grappled object no longer exists. Is there another error? No, that's not a real error. Okay, I don't believe these errors. This doesn't make sense. That's a component ref. Yeah, I don't believe that. Maybe I'll get proven wrong. I did not get proven wrong, I was right. Yeah, okay, it worked. Thank you for teaching me about this. I did not know with this. I've been caught up like by this kind of same problem so much. It's really annoying. I wonder how they implement that. I guess it probably has static. It makes sense actually that it. I can actually totally see. It's probably not a very complicated implementation. I mean, okay, freaking Windows default or not. This is Windows. This is not Windows. But anyways, whatever. GCC's standard library template library stuff is going to be overly complicated and make this look like a disaster, even though it's probably just like a pointer inside of it somewhere. Yeah, it's a weak pointer to yourself. Okay. And then with the yeah, I can't read this shit. Oh, the doc they have the most common one. Let me see. Do they have this one? Example. Oh, they might not for this one. This is cool though. It's very useful. Does it work if you grapple just before it teleports? It should work if I grapple it right before. I mean, I would probably need to like frame perfect bugs, but yeah, if I'm still moving towards it while it's teleporting, yeah, it works. Because I coded it so that it just releases it. It's as if it like never got to it. So that the game already does cases for like not being able to like grab onto the wall like that. So it's treating it the same way as that. Like, oh, I got to the point I should grapple to you, but now it's weird and it just does that. So, or grappling a slip works the same way. So yeah, I think that's treating like that. Why am I on Linux? I like Linux. I mean, I just been wanting to try it out more. I've been wanting to like move towards more open source stuff in general. I don't really have any reason to be on Windows for the most part, except for certain games, I guess. But yeah, I just don't really have a reason to be on it. Okay, that I need to fix. Donation cool. I need to fix this. I don't like it when it teleports. It like appears in screen. It needs to go to the right of the screen, which means I need to add the width of the object to the amount it's moving by, which is pretty easy. What do I call this? I keep forgetting shield plane. I don't know. Yeah, I use Windows at work still. So like in my office computer is Windows still, and I think it probably will be for a long time because it kind of has to be. But yeah, for my own stuff, I don't really do a lot of stuff. This computer still dual boots because I need to be able to like edit certain things sometimes from Windows for like my work game, like my full-time game. But for all my personal stuff, I just didn't have a reason. Like I don't really use Windows specific apps anymore, except I use Visual Studio at work, but I like VS Code a lot, so I'm happy with VS Code. 90% of apps now are just Electron, so they just a browser and a window, including VS Code and Spotify and Discord and stuff. And then so it's like, I don't know, I need like Sprite, I need a code editor, I need Firefox, OBS. I don't know, I just don't have many apps that I'm like, I need Git and stuff like that. Like everything I use is like cross-platform or an Electron app, so it's just there hasn't really been a reason for me to stick around on Windows, except there's probably some gaming stuff. But honestly, like the way like with everything has been going with like Valve and stuff, it feels like I can play most of the games I'd want to play anyways. I haven't actually tried very much on Linux yet because I haven't played many games this week. But yeah, yes, I don't know for sure, but I feel like almost all platform console SDKs are Windows. And that's why I'm still obviously still need Windows. Right. So when this actually warps around, I need to do auto wrap size. I don't know what to call this. Bounds.width plus slider dot world bounds. That should fix the bug where I'm not wrapping properly. So now when it goes out that side, it should come out. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see actually because you can't really tell where my borders are. But there, if I go like that, now it has less. Yeah. You hate all OSs equally. Yeah, I feel that. Windows VM, this is Windows with Linux. Yeah, the whatever they're called, it Windows for Linux thing is looking pretty cool. Okay, this is working, which is cool. I just set it. I gave it like a weird, like an arbitrary speed, and I feel like I'd want a way to make this like a set distance without counting tiles, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, like, yeah, like it would be nice to, I don't know where the wrap is going to be, but that might just be a numbers thing where I just have to like this, yeah, playing with the width of the room and the width of these things. Oh, I just realized this is centered on the tile. I might want to make it like this. I think I do. Okay, wait. Oops. What if it moves from right to left and you grab it? I can show you. It flips. It'll flip. So, place new ones. If I make it go left, it'll just work the same way. Yep. So the spikes are whichever way it's like moving. Yeah, so this is a case where like there's gonna be a bigger gap. I'll just make this room smaller and then it won't. If I resize this room to there, then now when I delete this one, now they'll be at equal distances, or they should be. I guess it's pretty easy to get owned by these things. I might want to make them slower. I'm not really sure. Is the shoulder? Oh, this one? I think that one's pretty old, but I don't usually idle very much. Why is the middle spike bigger? I can tell you why the middle spike is bigger. It's for a very good reason. For a very good reason. It's because these spikes are an odd number, but this thing is an even number. So my spikes don't freaking line up. There's one that's too big and it doesn't fit. So I have to do something. But I agree I don't like it. Yeah, pixel art has a lot of these art hacks where you realize that nothing is actually lined up because nothing is even or odd. Everything's always one or the other, and nothing is happy. Petition to make it shorter. There you go. That's realistically like. Wait, let me go to the grid. Wait, how do I hide the grid in this thing? Show grid, control, comma. That looks weird too, though. I could just, okay, here's the real solution, is just doing this. So it's an odd, it's like different. Actually, I could just even make it, you won't even, no one would ever be able to tell if I just did this, that it's 1 pixel shorter on one side. And now you'll never know. Oh yeah, you just said the same thing I did. Nice. It's Trissa. Pixel being complicated is why Unreal Engine exists. You can't have complicated pixel art stuff, you can't solve pixel. But yeah, I think I want to make this actually look cool instead of just weird. I also don't think I want it to be this thick. And I want it to, I don't know what I want it to look like exactly. But I definitely don't want it to look like this. I wonder if I wanted to. I might do something like this. It's kind of intense. I guess the problem is I don't actually know what this thing is. My grid back. Right, control comma. could just make it a mechanical thing of some kind, but yeah, I mean, that might be fine, honestly. Maybe kind of too busy looking. Probably not though. It's a large comb. Now it's a stick of RAM. Yeah, it kind of looks like a stick of RAM. I don't hate that it's a stick of RAM. Right, I can't just do that. Well, let me just see what that looks like in game. Just waiting to see a T1000 style surprise where the spikes liquidate. Yeah, that would be good enough for now, honestly. Yeah, I might be a bit busy. I might get rid of these ones. And I can reduce, I can do that. I'm curious to see what this looks like. This might look bad. Yeah, I don't like that. The long bar in the back could feel a bit misleading. You mean like this long bar? How do you feel it's misleading? I can totally see that. I'm just not sure like how. Ooh. Looks strange overlapping tile. Oh yeah. Yeah, I might actually reduce the size because I think I want it to be a consistent tile value instead of like you kind of overlap with it, which I agree is kind of weird. I was trying to add some flavor to the shape, but yeah, I wanted to add some flavor to the shape, but then at the same time, like it is kind of what it is. Like it's hard. I was even thinking of adding like I could add like little flames back here or something, but then it's like, well, I want you to grapple it, so if I added like flames or something, then it's gonna look like it could hurt you. I guess I could make them like less flame-like and more just like little like There are less flames and more, yeah, like they send out like particles of like things that don't feel as scary, then it might be fine. I don't know why I keep closing the game. My game will auto reload the sprites. I keep closing it. Another thought is to put them on tracks, kind of. Oh, it doesn't right now. Yeah, it should. Oh, does it? Maybe it does. Wait, let me check. In theory it does. It looks like it does, but I don't know if I feel it. Let me just, like, out of curiosity, if I make it way stronger. Which is silly, but... Okay, now I feel it. I wonder if it's a bad idea to do that. I think I might try adding rails to it also. I'm gonna leave this here for now because I actually think like the game slows you down so fast that actually getting more momentum than the platform actually has will probably feel better, even though it's like not correct. Yeah, cleaner aesthetic feels nicer. I think you're right. I think I agree with you. Let me try adding some tracks to it. Which I guess I could just do. I could either do this like in the level design, or I could make these objects automatically place them. Like I could add. What do I have here? I probably have some tiles somewhere. I must have some tiles that like could work for this right now. Oh yeah. Okay, these tiles aren't like great for this, but like they're offset kind of wrong. But in principle, I think it could work if I offset them better. Oh, I need to make a rectangle tool to like delete tiles. I have to like manually delete individual tiles. I think I'm gonna make it generate these automatically. Let me try this one actually. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. But I think I'm gonna try generating these automatically. Actually, now that I added multiply by 2, I can feel it. When I try to jump off of them, I get slower, which is actually kind of like. Hey, thank you. Thanks, Taco Spin. Thanks. White blocks give it an animation with the spikes formulated. Yeah, that could be cool. I'd be down to try animating some stuff on it more. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the door being flung open. I had fun with that. Ow. I wonder if I want to be able to control the speed of these things. I might. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. This kind of situation feels weird. Like I want this to be smoother. Oof. Yeah, I'm just getting owned. That's my neighbor opening his door every morning. Oh, grip it like that. Oh, that's a cool idea. What if you grapple one, it slows down? Yeah. That's a fun idea. I wonder if it just like should then speed up to where it was afterwards. Yeah, this is a situation that's kind of annoying. Like, I think I could do something. Okay, one thing I want to do is add add a bouncy pad. Bounce. Actually, I think I need this here. If you got stuck otherwise, you'd end up like... Yeah, if I put a bouncy pad right there and you could bounce up, that would feel good, I think. So maybe I should add bouncy pads. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a custom one. It's this is Dear ImGUI on the side, so this is all the UI stuff, and then this one's just my own sprite batcher. So the game UI is my own sprite batcher, and then yeah, the side stuff here is ImGUI. I am GUI. I don't know what people say in real life. I always say ImGUI, but then it's kind of hard to understand what that actually, what I'm actually saying. Yeah, making the opening larger would work, but the problem I'm having right now is like it feels awkward to like grapple in here up into space. So like I can make this wider, but then if you're like, yo, I'm starting in a bad place, but if you're here, it's kind of awkward to like, yeah, it feels just awkward still to actually like do this nicely. I can do it, but it's not, feels like too hard of a challenge, especially for what I'm going for. So I'm thinking if I do this and put a bouncy thing here. I mean, none of these levels are gonna stay. This is me just experimenting with like, what can I do with this thing? Oh yeah, I can show you the custom, it's not custom, it's JSON. I can show you the format. It's pretty simple. Where do I put it? Maps. That's not maps, this is maps. So this is part of the level I was editing. Height 46. Yeah, I assume this is the one I was editing. But yeah, this is it. That's the palette. And then here's the objects. So they just have their type and a unique ID and then position and stuff. And then these are those fields. So for example, that like new object I just added, shield platforms, I added a facing value to it, and that's it stored here. Shield plane. So if I go back to my shield plane, which I guess I don't have open anymore. There it is. I added like this field, say facing, and then I access it from here. And this is it actually saved in the JSON. So it's pretty simple. And then terrain is kind of just like a grid of letters, or not letters, but like hex, basically, hex values or something. And so this is the terrain. Wait, no, this is the background tiles. So there's like that like horizontal like strip I just added for the moving platforms. And then these are this is the actual terrain, so you can actually kind of see the platforms that I made in it. If I rename shield plane, is the whole map going to be corrupt? Yeah, I don't have support for renaming stuff right now. So they actually are. They don't have like a unique ID. In like other games I've worked on that I actually like bigger projects, I give like actors a unique identifier, so each actor type is like an actual ID, so you can rename them. But this project I didn't, so I can rename the class still. So I could rename like the C++ class and where it's referenced and stuff, and I could rename like how it appears in the editor, but then the internal like JSON name is still going to be shield plane. So that is a risk right now for sure. Thanks. Yeah, still working on it. We kind of rebooted it, so this is kind of a reboot of it. And I'm going for a much simpler approach now. I think I'm gonna add a jumpy pad. Yeah, before the scope of this game got too big, so it was like, yeah, it just got too much. It became a giant thing, and I want to make a simple game, and I want to actually finish it. So now I'm just trying to make it more of like a Mega Man kind of thing. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, I don't mind uploading VODs. I'm gonna try putting a jump. I need to make a bouncy thing. Yeah, I guess what time is it in? Yeah, I guess like Western Europe, it's probably already like 11 o'clock or something. Okay, so yeah, I want to add a bouncy thing. Yeah. I'm like, I guess I'm on the west coast of North America, so it's earliest for me compared to a lot of people. Okay, I want to add a bouncy thing. Oh, actually, I guess while I'm remembering this, someone asked on Twitter, and I guess I'll answer that question. I'll just remember my timestamp to link to them. They were asking how the camera works. But honestly, it's quite simple. It's not super complicated. There's like, I have a camera system, but that's kind of irrelevant to actually how the camera works. But ultimately, it's just like a matrix. So I give it I offset it to the center of my game view, so it's like a centered camera origin, and then I offset it by my render position, and then I just move the camera around. And when you transition between rooms, the camera just slides from one room to the next room, and otherwise it clamps it to the bounds. So yeah, each room has a bounds, and the camera stays within those bounds. So I don't set the position, like the position can't go outside of it. And then when I transition, I just slide the camera over to the new room, and that's basically it. Yeah, I forgot someone's asked me that like multiple times. Wow, that's cool. This is a bug. Someone's asked me this a few times, so I figured I'd answer it. This is cool. I don't know why this is happening. Keep that in. I think I could probably jump out of it, or a slash by accident. Is that gonna happen a lot? That was weird. Yeah, that shouldn't be able to happen. That's really strange. I don't even know how to reproduce that. I've never had that happen before, so. Oh yeah, that's weird. I don't know how that's possible. This should stop it from happening. Yeah, that was kind of definitely an inspiration. I was making a grapple hook in this game before then, and I just iterated on it a lot, and ultimately I wasn't even planning for it to end up in the Celeste 2, like the Celeste 2 grapple. But I tried lots of different things and kind of ended up settling on that, and that's been the most fun version of it so far. So yeah, that's kind of where it ended up. And yeah, I like how it feels quite a bit. But yeah, my plan is for the grappling hook to just only exist in this level, and then other levels will have other mechanics that I haven't thought of yet. I don't need to duck. That's kind of cool. Okay, I'm gonna try adding a bouncy thing quickly. Do I have a bouncy thing? Oh, I do have a bouncer. What does this do? Oh, this is from old code. This is really old code. Bounce timestamp. I don't really need any of this. How big do you really would like this game to be? Not really by deadline. I just have an idea of like I want 4 levels. So I want there to be 4 levels plus like a kind of final boss. And so my goal is to make it that big. And I don't have an idea of how big the levels actually are. But not super big. And yeah, I think it's hard for me to measure how big I want this game to be. But I think once I finish a level, I'll have a better idea of like the scope. Yeah, so each zone you get a different tool, is my plan. I was working last night on like basically there's gonna be characters in this train. So the train is kind of like the hub, this place. And so this is gonna have like characters in it and stuff that don't exist yet. And I think as you complete levels, I think there's gonna be more characters in here, which will be fun. So as you complete levels, there will be other characters and stuff. And then, yeah. I was working on like this last night a bit, which is like very unfinished. But I was trying to figure out how you actually get the weapon for each area, but I'm not really sure. I was playing with like maybe this one, like a character from the train gives you this one or something. But yeah, I haven't actually decided. But yeah, you always have the sword. You always have the sword. And then depending on the area, you get a different sub-weapon, basically. I should introduce a 5th color for the final boss to really mess with the player's brain, like a Photoshop. Oh, yeah, actually, that's kind of a cool idea. I had not considered doing something like that, but I'm not against that. I could just for a single moment, turn off the color palette, the palette shader, and just go full color. That could be kind of funny. Okay, I want to add a bouncy thing. That's what I said I was going to do, and I didn't do it. How do I want to implement this? I have this component from forever ago. What's the name of the font on the editor? It's Renogare, I believe I'm using. No, I'm using Roboto bold.ttf. I do like it, yeah. Renogare, my brain said Renogare because that was the Celeste font, and it's still in my brain. But yeah, this is using Roboto. And then the game font is using a font by Chevy, Chevy Ray, he was here earlier. And that's I'm using these ones, which he has those on itch.io. This is probably going to end up expanding into a bigger project than expected. Yeah, I hope it doesn't. I want to try to keep it simple. Does this game run on the Switch? I haven't done it in a long time, but yeah, I've run it before, because I have development stuff because of my full-time job. But I haven't done it. I haven't done that recently because I've been focusing on our actual my Earthblade. I'll be focusing on. So I haven't really worked on doing that with this game at all. But in principle, my goal with this engine was to make it very lightweight and make it have no dependencies so that I could port it really easily. So that was definitely a goal. I think I'm just gonna try using this thing on bounce. It seems fine, so I just need to add an actor for it. How long did it take me to make the map editor? It's hard to answer exactly because I've just been iterating on it slowly as I work on this. So I've been fixing stuff in it here and there. So, excuse me. Yeah, I just been kind of making it as I go. So it started off as just placing entities, and then I added tile stuff. So it's hard to say exactly how long, but it was definitely an iterative process, and definitely took a while. But I made a lot of editors at this point in my life, so I think I'm just getting kind of used to it. It'd be kind of nice to not have to type the object name 5 times. I think I actually had an old jump pad, because when we rebooted this game, I didn't delete any of the sprites, so I probably have a spring in here or something. Bouncy. Yeah, I'll just use this for now. How do I manage the audio? Right now, this project is using Fmod because I'm working with my brother and we wanted to use that for a bunch of stuff, a bunch of ideas we have. But recently, before my little engine didn't have any audio, but recently a friend added like kind of an audio engine to it, which works for basically playing sounds and music and crossfading them and stuff. So I was, my internet friend Randy Gall added these things. So now it's using like SDL's like audio implementation through like a little library that he wrote. So like I have this third party like Qt Sound thing and STB Vorbis, and then those things are using SDL internally to actually play sound. And I actually haven't looked into how that works very much yet. But yeah, it seems like it's working. I haven't run into any issues. It seems really clean, so yeah, I think it's been good. Yeah, it is. So yeah, it seems really solid. I haven't messed with it a lot, to be fair yet, but it feels really nice. And I think at some point I might just like make it so the actual entire library depends on SDL. Right now, like the platforms can be swapped out, but I think I might just make a dependency on SDL and just get rid of the platform abstraction because SDL just basically works for everything. So I might as well just actually embrace that. But yeah. So do I have I guess I'll just add a bounce mask. I don't really know how I want to do this yet. Feels kind of weird to do like this, but like, I don't know, it seems fine. Again, it seems like until I compile, well, I know that exists. I know it exists because I have it open. It seems like until I compile, this frequently is not happy. -6, I guess. -4? So -6 and then 12 by 6 and on this. I don't know how big this thing should be. This all otherwise feels fine. I think I want to bottom align it. Yeah, I think this should just work. I just need to hook it up to the player now. Player needs to detect it and bounce if they're in their normal state, probably, but I guess maybe any state, but for now it's only in the normal state, which is here. So jumping, I guess I'll put it right here above jumping. return a bool? Okay, I don't want a bool. I want first, I think. And that should give me an actual collider. Okay. So now, if auto bouncer is equal to get bouncer. So if we have that, then we're gonna bounce. We're gonna tell it that we bounced. If bouncer on bounced on bouncer. Yeah, okay. So that should all work. That should be fine. I just need to actually make you jump, which I guess I'll just jump. Do I basically am doing a jump, but I want it to be stronger. I'll just start with a jump. Yeah, for now let's do normal jump, which is gonna look bad, but just to get it started. What I actually want to do is, make a strong bounce. Why the states as const expression ints instead of enums? I find enums in C++ really annoying, and hence I did const expression ints for a lot of things. This case actually should probably just be a an enum. There's no reason for this one to for this thing to be not just an enum. But I find enums in C and C++ really annoying for a bunch of reasons. And usually I often use enums as masks. Like that's a frequent use case of mine, is like bit field masks. And in C++ enums you can't OR them together and stuff, because in the modern C++ enums, like class enums, are not integer types, and so you can't OR them together or add them together unless you add overloads to them and all this nasty stuff that I find annoying. And then C enums are just global namespace, they just don't have a namespace to them, so that you can't, if you make an enum whatever, blah, this is now a global freaking thing, and then within the scope of whatever it's in, which I find really annoying. But then class enums, you can't OR them together, so I can't say whatever blah or whatever another, and I use that kind of thing a lot. So for a lot of my use cases, I actually just find making them integers easier, and then sometimes I'll make using state equals int or something, and then at least that way the field can be I'm expecting you to give me this, even though it's just an integer, but it helps make it a bit more readable. But yeah, basically I just don't like C++ enums. I don't like where they're at. Also, I feel since they're enum class, it would be really nice to be able to have functions on them. I think functions inside, it sounds kind of weird, but a lot of other languages do this kind of thing where you can add functions to them and stuff like that, which make them really, really useful for doing I don't know, just simple utility with them and stuff. And the fact that they're called enum class, but then they can't have methods is what? Why did you call it enum class? I just find it really weird. So I still use enums quite frequently, and I use them for cases where it's just this should probably be an enum in this case because it's just simple. But actually in this case, I think I was doing it because I wasn't exposing the state. I could add in a private enum here for the different states, but then I don't nothing else actually cares about what the grapple state is. So I didn't feel I needed to add an enum here that had stuff. I could forward declare the enum and then declare it in here, but in this case I was just it was just faster to make an integer and then only expose it internally, and then the public outside doesn't know what grapple states are. And if I change the states or add a state, I'm not editing this file. So that's kind of my use case here, but this could be an enum. But for example, my masks thing, wherever, I don't know where I put that. Utils. Where's my masks? I don't know what that file is. Where is this file? Oh, is it common? Okay. Oh, common. Yeah, so this case, I don't want this. I'm explicitly making this not an enum because I want to be able to OR these together without, like, I'd have to add an overload. I'd have to add, like, you know, static operator overloads to the enum and make them all work. And then, I don't know, it's just like, it's a fucking, it's a UN32, like, that's what it actually is. So, yeah, I just find it easier to do that. Yeah, you can do, like, enum stuff, :integer, but it won't treat it. You still can't OR it together, I don't think, unless I'm wrong. But, yeah, because C# has that too, you can do that. And this sets the size of the enum, so now, like, it's sized to this, but I don't think you can OR them together still. Unless I'm wrong. Can you actually OR these together? I never thought you could. Does that actually work now? Oops. Yeah, I don't think that works. I'm pretty sure all that does, yeah, it still doesn't let me do it. I'm pretty sure all that does is, like, basically set the size of this enum. So instead of this enum being like a U64 or whatever enums are by default on my computer, I could do a U8, and now this is like, these are U8, or size to U8. I have to define. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can do this. Yeah, and that works. And then, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I actually wrote these as one shifted. It's just 1 and 2. Or wait, one shifted 1. I guess it'd be 2 and 3 or whatever. Yeah. Anyways, long story short, I just use U32s for like, or like unsigned integers for my enums. I think, yeah, no, I think even doing unsigned char in this, it won't be happy. If I make this a U8 or whatever, I don't think saying whatever, or I don't think C# or C++ will accept that. Yeah, it does not like that. Yeah, they have so many things, and I don't know, it feels like C++ a lot, where it's like, cool, I'm glad that you did that, but like, I don't know, like, yeah. I understand the use case, like, oh, we don't want it to, you know, they're not integers, so they shouldn't be, you know, cast implicitly to integers and stuff like that, which, yeah, I mean, implicitly accidentally casting to integer from an enum does seem like something you'd want to avoid in a lot of cases, and I see that argument for, like, fixing that. But then to, like, not add OR operators to them, or AND operators, is like, well, I don't know, they just made it useless to me. Yeah. Yeah, C++ for cross-platform memory control. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do long term. I might end up like, I'm curious to see, I mean, yeah, C# doesn't have either of those things, but C# cross-platformness is getting a lot better. But its memory control is always going to be GC'd. And then, yeah, I'm curious, like, Rust and Zig are both seeming very cool. But yeah, I haven't really tried out Rust yet. I should at some point try it out. And Zig looks really cool, and I also haven't tried it out. I'd like to. The ideas behind Jai also seem really cool, but I think I'd only be interested. Like, Jai seems really cool, and I like all the ideas that are going into it in general and the principle and stuff. But I think I can't get excited about something like that until it's actually like available publicly and probably open source. Like if it's a closed source code language, I don't know if I'll get into it. Oh, nice. That's cool. You're in the beta. That's awesome. You built an engine in Rust? Yeah, I've known like a lot of people are getting into Rust, and it definitely seems cool. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to try messing with Rust at least a bit more at some point, just so I understand it better. Because currently I don't even know. I mean, I know the principles of it and how it's set up and stuff, but I would like to actually try making stuff in it because just to understand it better. So this isn't going to be, yeah, it works, it just doesn't, I need to make the bounce actually good now. Okay, I'm going to take a tiny break, and then I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes, and I think I'll work on the bounce, and then I don't feel tired yet. Like it's almost, how long have I been streaming for? I mean, almost, it's like 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'd like to stream for a while longer. So I want to finish this bounce, and then I kind of want to try working on some clouds, which may or may not go well in stream, but I have ideas for, I want to like implement like bubbly cloud things. So I have some ideas for that. So I'm going to do the bouncy thing first, and then I'm going to try working on clouds, because I think clouds will feel really cool in this area. Like foreground clouds, I want 2 layers of clouds. I want background ones and foreground ones that kind of like are dynamic and go over like, I want them to be so like I still describe the area, like I'd be like, this is clouds, and then it has clouds there. But I want it to be like, yeah, foreground and background ones. So not super dynamic, like I'm describing where they exist still, but dynamic in the sense of like, they're gonna be like, edges are wavy and stuff. Okay, but I'll be back in a few minutes, and then I'll finish the bounce, and then I'll do the clouds. And then I'll answer, I don't know if there's more questions, but I'll answer them when I'm back. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I am back. Just catching up on comments. A Rust scripting language extension for Godot, or Godot, that's cool. Yeah, Zig and Rust are both pretty new. So I'm curious to see how they, like what happens long term with them. Imagine if it was just C++ all the way forever. Yeah, I feel like long term we're gonna see a lot. Like, I'm excited that there's a lot of people making languages that are like compiled languages. Even C# is doing this now, like compiling to actual machine code instead of having like a runtime and like interpreted stuff. Like I definitely like compiled languages more, stuff that's actually like compiled down to machine code and just run. I'm definitely a fan of that, with smaller runtimes and stuff. So seeing all these new languages recently, I guess because of LLVM, seeing all these new languages come out that care about that stuff is really cool, like Rust and Zig and Jai, and yeah, like I said, even C# is like they're actually adding like AOT, which in C# land means ahead of time compilation, which just means normal compilation. So that's really cool. So I'm excited for all that in the future. Because I've never been a huge, I mean, I guess a lot of the time I spent working in languages has been in interpreted languages like JavaScript, and for a long time Flash, and then C#, a tiny bit of Java. So I'm definitely familiar with that stuff, but I definitely like my languages actually compiling down to machine code. And so the fact that people are making, like exploring that in the language space more now is really exciting. Yeah, something beside the spring. I'm open to that idea. I'm gonna make the bounce feel good, and then I'll try that. I like that idea though. Circle graphics recently started generating bindings to Odin. Oh, that's cool. And Zig. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've seen Odin. There's so many languages I just haven't had a chance to experiment with yet because I've been trying to make stuff. But I really want to play around with a lot of these. It just sounds fun. I think I've seen that talk by Andrew Kelly on the data thing. I think I actually watched that a while ago. It was good. Attack on compilation. That's also a cool idea. An enemy that flies upwards after you grapple it. I like that idea. Can you compile Rust to game consoles? People have done it. I know people have done it. But I don't think it's at a state where like if you go down that road, you are going to be, kind of on your own a little bit. You're gonna actually have to dig into compiler stuff and work on it. But it's being done. I know it's being done. And if you were like in the 4 different consoles, you could probably go into their backend and talk to other developers and find people who are doing it. So it might not be that bad, but you're definitely kind of on your own a little bit more. But it's possible. Yeah, I'm extremely excited for the SDL GPU stuff. It's going to be really sick. I'm very excited. Once that is like in a stable, not even a stable state, once that's in a functional state, I really want to I want to try making a small game on stream, kind of like I did for that like smaller platformer I did like a while ago, like a year ago or whatever. Was that 2 years ago? Anyways, a while ago, where I streamed just making a small game. I want to just make a small game just in like pure SDL. I guess it'll be SDL3 and the SDL GPU, and just make a game from that in Scratch. That'd be really fun. Yeah, Frog Gear, the sequel. Didn't hear about SDL GPU. Yeah, I mean they haven't been like super vocal about it yet, I guess. Mostly just through because I think it's mostly just Ryan working on that part of it. So I assume that for a while it's probably going to be kind of quiet until he gets it off the ground more. But I am very excited for it, and I know he got the Epic Games Mega Grant thing to help develop it. So that's awesome. Okay, I was gonna add a player bounce function. Which, because I'm just gonna copy this for now. I might end up wanting to make this like, I don't know. Good job with that. Jump forced. What does this do? Oh, okay, so I do want jump force to be on, I think. Jump amount, I'm gonna change those. I don't want to change. I'm gonna get rid of this. Why do I set the speed and then? Oh, I know why I did that. That's disable ground snapping. Launch makes sure I'm not ground snapping. Okay, so jump normal force. I think I'm gonna add a jump bounce force, which is like 110. Let's try 110 for fun. And then jump duration, I'm just gonna leave. And yeah, I'll just try this. See how this feels. So this bounces instead. Oh, you watched it 2 times. That's cool. Oh, sweet. I'm glad it was useful in some way. Yeah, C++ is way. I totally agree with that. RARQ, like C++ is overly complicated. Like that's honestly the biggest downside of C++. That's where C as a standalone thing shines, because it's like it's such a small language. You can kind of like, I mean, if you've never programmed before, it'll take you a while to learn C. But for me, learning C was, days. There was like the scope of C, like, oh, what exists in C is very small, and if you ignore like language or library functions, the C itself is just such a compartmentalized small language that it's so easy to learn and very easy to understand. And then C++ is just like a fucking I don't know how to insane thing. So I think that's the biggest detriment to C++ is just the complexity, and I think they made some choices along the way that made that happen. A lot of the templating stuff is extremely wild, and a lot of the way classes work and stuff like that, and all the move semantics and stuff gets very messy very fast. And I appreciate some of it. Like I definitely use parts of it, and I like parts of it. Like I'm using templated stuff here lightly, and but yeah, it's I don't know. It becomes a pretty messy language pretty fast. Spent years learning all the most advanced part of C++. Just yeah. My understanding of C++, I feel like doesn't need to exist in my brain. Yeah, definitely don't use most of it. But you almost have to learn that stuff. Even if you don't use that stuff, you almost still have to know it, because it's you still have to understand a lot of complicated stuff about C++ if you want to use it, because of really weird edge cases that can occur. And edge cases in C++ mean your memory is just not being freed, or stuff that is pretty bad if you want your app to run for more than an hour or whatever. But yeah, you don't need to learn some of the wilder features for sure. Most a lot of the weirder stuff is in the actual libraries, and you don't need to learn that stuff. You need to learn all the C++ stuff so you can argue. That's funny. Unity is a good engine. What do I think? I think for a lot of people it's a great engine. Yeah, I think it gets the job done really well for a lot of people. Yeah, it's not my kind of. It's not something I'm excited about, but I totally understand why people are. I made a bunch of stuff in Unity. I made I worked in Unity for almost a year, over a year, full time, and there's definitely aspects of it I appreciate a lot. I really love C# as a language. Even though I'm not using C# a lot these days, it's C# is definitely where I feel like I became a stronger programmer, and I appreciate it a lot. So the fact that Unity uses C# and a lot of it's kind of its general structure, how easy it is to create a component, add fields to it in C# and then have it run in the editor is really cool. So yeah, no, I definitely see the appeal of Unity and think it's great for a lot of people. But I the reason I'm doing this kind of stuff is I like writing my own stuff, and hence why I'm here. But I don't have any problems with Unity as well, I guess I have some problems with it, especially these days. But I understand why people use it, and I think it's a cool tool. It's not a tool for me. I wonder if it would be easier to grab. There are other things which are interesting to explore as these images have shown. Yeah, the giant business aspect of like the main things I don't like about Unity are the giant business parts of it, and the fact that it's like, you know, a closed source engine. So when there's problems, you can't look at it. I think even if it's owned by a giant company, having aspects of it open source or all of it open source can, you know, actually help fix things a lot, because people in the community can like help contribute and find, you know, fix the things that they care about. I definitely had reports that I sent to Unity when I was working in it. It was like, this is clearly a bug, and then it was like, yeah, but their replies back were basically, we don't care. This is how it is now, and it's like, okay, I guess no one's willing to fix that. And that's definitely why I like open source stuff. In your editor, can you define custom entities without needing to write them in C++ code? Like make entities with a list of components in JSON. Yeah, well, actually you can in Lua, and I'm not doing it right now, but the game, I can add, like, I don't have a folder for it right now, but yeah, I can define entities in Lua and make them do stuff. So I have one in-game that's in a script entirely right now, but I can make them in an actual folder too. But this entity that like is all in a little Lua script. This is the one that gives you the item when you come out of the train, and it's like a little Lua script that runs, and it can add components and do stuff with them. But yeah, I'm mostly using Lua right now for like my cutscenes, because I don't want to write my cutscenes in C++, because like when I'm iterating on them over and over again in here, I just kind of want to, like, you know, see what they say and make them say different stuff. So yeah, cutscenes right now are in Lua. I don't have a way to actually define components in JSON. This is the thing I've struggled with a lot, both in this project and in like my full-time work project, is that like it's like defining objects in JSON or, you know, whatever data you have them in. It works pretty well, but then there's always like every object I feel like has a tiny bit of unique stuff in it, and that unique stuff is very varied, very varied. Like it goes all over the place. It can do anything. So I always end up with these cases where like I define an object and 95% of it can just be defined by adding components and setting their variables. But then there's always this bit of like this tiny bit of unique behavior that makes them stand out and makes them like what they are. And I always end up needing to code that either in C++ or in Lua, and I can never quite find a way to just describe that in data and make it still feel good, because it's always like this guy just needs this unique, slightly different thing. And so yeah, I always end up in that, and then I'm writing like a custom component for that, like that object. So then it, you know, every single actor basically has its own component just for its little tiny bit of data, or like a Lua script, and they need to make bindings for everything, no matter what, so that you can just have that tiny bit of glue that kind of like adds that one little bit of behavior that's unique. And so I always run into that. So lately I've just been like, yeah, I'm just coding them in C++, and so. Yeah, I haven't found a thing I'm happy with there. Especially like for my kind of games, there's a situation where if I was making like an RTS, like something that is more data driven almost, then I think it could work really well, because they don't need that glue. They don't need that like bit of behavior that's very unique for their specific instance. But for action games, like a platformer action game, I always am like, yeah, like I could code, like I could set this all, like this could be purely data driven. But then it just doesn't feel like there's like, I want to add some juice to it in a very specific way, and it's hard to do that without just coding it, or otherwise making the components so verbose, like they have 1,000 million variables, that it becomes like kind of a disaster. So I haven't found a balance there. It was super. Baseball game in Unity found a bug in the shadows, part of the bug and never got fixed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what's cool. That is definitely something that's cool about Unreal, right? Is that it is open source, so you can look at it, see what the problem was, and I mean, I guess I could just deny it, like, you know, not take your change, but at least they are aware of it then. Yeah, I think the other thing, yeah, Unity has some problems because they don't have an internal development team ever making anything, so that they don't even, I don't think they know what is required to make games in it, because they don't, like, they were making a single game in it. They actually hired a dev team to make a game in, like an internal team to make a game in Unity, and then they scrapped it like a few months in. It's like, well, if you can't internally make a game in your own engine, I don't know, that's not promising looking. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think this bouncer's working. At least for what I need right now. I was gonna change the sprite. Kind of get launched right into the. I probably want to. This exact way this is working is obviously not going to be. Not going to be how it is probably, but I'm just kind of playing around. I'm realizing like there needs to be a lot of situations like this, because if there's this and you get here, you're kind of in an infinite, like you're just kind of stuck unless you can, like, you know, you're a pro gamer and can grapple jump over them, which is not an easy thing to do. So I think in a lot of cases I need to have like a gap here where you can fall back down. But then you could, in theory, get up there, but I think it would be hard. But clouds? Yes, I'm gonna do clouds. I think that's a good idea. I'm gonna do this. Well, yeah, do I want to change this spring right now? I might leave the bouncy spring. I don't know if I feel like spreading it right now. I have an idea for what it should be. I think it's gonna be like a sci-fi bounce pad. Did I just minimize that? Huh. Like a sci-fi bounce pad. Oh, I just added a frame. That's what happened. And then when you bounce onto it, it'll have like a burst. I should go for my computer science. I want a prototype for the language. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Epic being owned by even gianter company. A lot of texts are way overcomplicated. Way overcomplicated. A lot of stuff. There's a book I've been meaning to read, a book of compiler stuff by the person who made that scripting language, Ren. That's called, yeah. Bob, I forget his last name, Bob something. He had a book that looked really cool on like writing scripting languages and compiling languages, which I wanted to. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Bob Nystorm. Yeah, his stuff looks, yeah, that's the book. Thank you. I've been meaning to read that for a while. I haven't had a chance to yet, but I would like to at some point. It looks really good. You've read it? Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, it looked really good, and I mean, I like his takes on a lot of stuff, so I'm curious about it. Okay, now I'm trying to decide how I want to do clouds. Oh, that's cool. The seat bike would have. Huh, that's cool. Yeah, I kind of wanted to try it. It just seems like a fun exercise and stuff. Yeah, okay, so I wanted to... Oh, that's funny. I didn't... My OpenGL renders it upside down. I have to fix that. Classic OpenGL, yeah. I've been working in DirectX because I was on Windows, so I haven't noticed that before. But yeah, I've been thinking about how I want my clouds to look. And I was thinking, like, there's a few options. Like, I was thinking something, I mean, they're not going to be quite this dynamic. They're not going to be, oops. They're probably going to be smaller edges because I'm going to describe the clouds as squares. So they're going to be a little bit blockier than what I'm drawing. And I don't want them to, yeah, I don't think I want them to be white. Like, I'm contemplating making them actually black inside, like this. And giving them an outline. What did that do? Yeah, like that or something. Or like that. I'm not really sure. Can you walk on the clouds or grapple them? I don't think so. I think they might actually kind of be hazards. I'm thinking about using them for death planes kind of, but that might be annoying. I'm not sure yet. But I was thinking, like, there's cases where as you get higher, when you fall, I want them to act kind of as like a death plane, and it warps you back to like basically falling off the bottom of a room. But if a room's really tall, and this, like, for example here, I could add some, and then when you fall down here, instead of having to fall all the way down to the bottom of the room before you respawn up here, I could just put clouds here, and then you fall into them, and they act as like a death plane or whatever. That was one thought I had. But then I also like the idea of you being able to go in front of them and they could look cool. Like if there's just bits of them around and you kind of just go behind them and come out of them and stuff. Thank you. Yeah, have a good night. I hope you have a good night. Compiling the C list keeps complexity with the backend and gives you the benefit of C. The semantic analysis is really annoying though. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, compiling to C seems really cool because then you get all the benefits of C being able to run literally everywhere. I wonder, yeah. I thought about that too, just for fun, like trying something like that. It does seem tricky though. I don't think my clouds are not gonna look anything like this. But it's kind of fun to prototype. Okay. Well, I think I'll just start by making an object I can place. Whoops. That's not the kind of file type that I want. I'm gonna copy wind, even though they're not similar. I want to shortcut this. I don't like how this is like. I'll do this later. I don't like how I have to type the freaking name of every object I add like 10 times. don't need speed. Bounds I do need. Okay, I'm just gonna see if I can place this to start with. How hard was it to port Celeste to consoles? It wasn't super easy. I mean, we didn't do the porting ourselves. Yeah, we didn't do the porting ourselves. And so for me, it wasn't too hard. But it wasn't like a super easy process. Basically, like Celeste was written in C#. Now, like as of like very recently, C# actually, like they're actually working on native AOT compilers, which means like it'll compile the C# to actual machine code for a target platform, and that's still in development. That's not finished at all yet, but they're just making progress. For a long time, it was kind of a experimental project in the C# thing. Anyways, when C# came out in 2018, that did not really exist. So we actually used the person who ported it wrote a thing called Brute. And that is a C# IL to C++ transpiler. So it took the Celeste C# IL code. So when you compile C#, it turns it into an intermediate language, which is called like I guess C# IL. I don't know. And then that's like what the runtime interprets and actually executes. So he wrote a transpiler that took that intermediate language, which is kind of similar to bytecode. It's like a really high level bytecode. And converted that, transpiled that into C++ code. And then I think he used like a Boehm, I think it's called Boehm garbage collector in C++. So a combination of that plus the transpiled C# code, and then compiled that again for the target console. So that actually worked surprisingly well. Like it's very impressive how well it works, but it's definitely it definitely takes some, you have to be very wary about everything you're doing and reflection and all that stuff. So yeah, that was kind of a bit of a long-winded explanation, but that's the general gist. Is the C# gets compiled to its normal output, which is the IL code, and then that gets converted into C++, and then the C++ gets compiled to the target platform. So, and that was by the transpiler that did that is called Brute. And if you're like a console developer, you can get access to it. But long term, for C# at least, hopefully the native AOT stuff can eventually just do it itself, where it can just compile. You can just compile C# code to the actual platform. So I was thinking something like this for the clouds. Maybe I'll go outside the bounds a bit. And then these, in theory, will get merged together. Some kind of output. Might be interesting for the clouds to just obscure the kill line or something. That way you can have hidden areas. Yeah, I agree with that, Rotund Bun. I think making the clouds themselves kill planes seems like a bad idea. Because I feel like I want scenarios, like I might even want scenarios like this, right? Where like, yeah, exactly what you said. Just have like stuff like this where you can pass through it. Or even like scenarios like this where it'll look visually cool if there's like some clouds here and you can walk behind them. Fall into them, disperse the clouds, or reveal hidden places. way that monogame selling point is that it runs on everything. I mean, yeah, it kind of like if you're writing C# code, it is a very portable way to get your C# on everything. And XNA definitely, like, I mean, XNA originally is only on Windows and Xbox 360 or whatever, so it's definitely more portable than that. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, it lives up to its name of it will run your C# code everywhere. Like Celeste does use monogame for the console ports, and that made it run on Nintendo Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation 4. So it definitely did its job. We used FNA for Mac and Linux and Stadia. Rest in peace. But yeah. I mean, Stadia was basically like a Linux computer, so yeah. I don't know what stuff about the Stadia. I mean, I assume a lot of the Stadia stuff was like public, but I actually don't even know what. Like, yeah. What is public about Stadia and what is not, but it feels like it doesn't matter now because it's gone forever. Yet another project killed by Google. Yeah, they're good at that. They're good at that. Okay, I'm gonna do something weird here. How do I want to do this? How do I actually want to render this? I could do it with a shader, but I could also do it without a shader. I might try doing it. I basically want to draw like cloudy edges along. I want to draw like bubbly stuff along the edges of it. So like, I'll have like shapes like this or whatever, and then I want to like get their edges. So even though they're like rectangular shapes, I want to get these edges, and then draw like along that edge, draw cloudy stuff. But I need to get the edges, and I don't want to draw like, even though these are rectangles, so the rectangles are actually like this or whatever. I don't want to draw cloudy stuff here. That'll just be filled color. So I could even make a mesh out of it where I go along, but I don't think I'm going to do that either. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm thinking that like I could actually figure out these edges. If these are on a grid, it's very easy to figure out the edges. But if it's not on a grid, it's a bit harder. I have to like do intersection tests and stuff. So now I'm thinking maybe I just draw this with I might use a shader and noise. Now what I'm thinking is like, yeah, I could use marching square. Do with lines. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I did draw more, if I drew all the edges, like if I actually did, you know, draw edges on this one and edges on this one, and then edges here, you know, you wouldn't be able to see them anyways. So it's not like it wouldn't be weird. It would just be like computationally bad. But it wouldn't be like terrible. But another thing I'm thinking about, another way to do this would be to, would be to draw gradients, and then use a, excuse me, okay, and then draw a, then use a noise texture and use a, like a step. Where's the gradient tool on this thing? This gradient? No. There's gradient. So one option would be to, yeah, well, okay, I guess I need to tell the paste break, but like each one actually draws like a gradient like this or whatever, except on all sides, so all the sides get that gradient. And then I draw a noise texture, like, or then when I render this to a buffer like that. And then I combine this with a noise texture. So I generate a noise texture, which I might already have, but then a combination of this plus a noise texture, if the noise is kind of random, you know, you'd end up with like a wobbly edges. That's probably the easiest way to do it that I'm thinking about. And that might be what I do. That might be what I do. Yeah, and then the noise texture could scroll. So it would be this, excuse me, and then the noise texture would scroll. What I might do is actually two noise textures that are scrolling like this or that'll create a very, like, you won't be able to, if I do two noise textures scrolling in different directions, then you won't be able to see the fact that it's like a scrolling texture. Yeah, so this is one way of thinking of doing it. The other way is something more like that, where I actually, yeah, just draw circles and stuff along this edge. How would I generate this black faded texture? Okay, so like for pretend, so these are like in the game I was just placing them, but each one of these is a cloud that I was placing. And it doesn't matter if they're overlapped or whatever. And then basically what I would do is I would draw the actual quad would look something like this. Or triangles, I guess. And then I'd do also ones here. And then probably just like that. I could actually round this. I could draw a semicircle, but I don't have to for this case. Yeah, and then if every single one just do that, so if every single one had this kind of thing happening, which, you know, this one would have this one would have like one here, yeah. Yeah, so overlapping quads from two different rects would just increase, it would just make it darker there, which I think is like fine looking. So like, this is a scenario right here where like this area, like there's gonna form like kind of a dark shape in here because it's gonna get darker, because this will be like full black and then this will be like slightly lighter, but then since these are gonna overlap, you know, it's gonna get pretty dark in this corner, but that's kind of okay because it's already kind of this crevice, so I think that could work. But yeah, this is a more like it's actually it's interesting because it sounds more complicated than just drawing. Like the alternative method that I have in my head right now, which is what someone else mentioned, is basically just like drawing, you know, I just actually draw like circles basically along this edge or along all the edges and just make them kind of wobble and stretch and skew around and stuff. And that would totally work. But the interesting thing about it actually is, not that it matters to this game, like who cares, but this would actually be considerably slower than this method, I think. Although I'm rendering this to a texture. But yeah, all these circles being drawn. In terms of quad count, this would be a lot simpler. But this could look cooler too. No, I don't. I think the way I do it, I can just code it right now though. I'll do it in its normal render function so you can see it. Although with my shade, like my palette shader, you won't be able to see it, but I'll turn the palette shader off for it. But for example, why did I do that? I just do a batch.rect over our bounds, color black. And actually, I need to make this wait, I think my entity is a transform entity matrix? Render matrix. Would this be a good application of SDF function and shader to generate the black fade? Could be easier than generating the feather quads. Yeah, actually, that's an interesting thought. That would require me learning more things. I'd have to figure that out because I don't know that as well. But yeah, I think it actually could. Although, yeah, I need a custom shader for that again. One nice application of doing it this way is that I don't need to write any extra shaders. Besides, I still need a shader to do the final pass on this, where I've drawn these shapes and then I merge them with noise. I need a shader for that. But yeah, I think this way all I do is do something like where I actually do a batch.quad. And I just need to draw like a bunch of quads basically. So it's just manually. Thank you. Oh, this is a good article. Okay, yeah, I'll read this later. I don't want to read it on stream, but this is cool. Thank you for this. Actually, this looks cool. Yeah, this looks really good. Okay. Huh. Yeah, it would not be batched. Yeah, but that's still really cool. Yeah, I see. That is appealing. I probably won't do it today, but that does look cool. Like the simplest way to do this right now would be to do this one and not even care about overlapping edges, but just actually draw them like this. Maybe I'll just do this approach first. This approach seems kind of more fun for now. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one for now because it just seems easier and kind of fun. I think I'll have fun doing this. This one seems like good, but it's gonna be a bit more like, I don't know, a bit more setup, and I don't feel like then I have to write more shaders and stuff, which isn't a big deal. But maybe I'll start with this, and I want to get this done on stream. And that other one feels like it might take. The other one's gonna take more like a few hours, I think. Yeah, I don't think perf will matter at all here, especially if I'm drawing the circles with the texture and not a bunch of quads. So, okay, I'm gonna do the circle one, that sounds fun. I'm gonna take a tiny break to get more water, and then I will code this. I think I can code, like I think I can stream for like another hour, so I think I can get this done in that time. So, yeah, I'm gonna take another break, get some water, and then, yeah. Yeah, that blog looks really good. It looks really cool. So yeah, okay, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna code this, and then I'll have clouds, because I really want clouds. And I wanna try to do, if I can have time, I wanna do background ones and foreground ones. So, yeah. Okay, I will be back in like 2 minutes. grab some water, and then, yeah. Okay, see y'all soon. Hello. Circle bugs will be much more accommodating. Yeah, we just want. Nice. Past pie time. Goodbye pie time. With a sprite batching API kind of experimenting. Ideally, you could have a tiny shader to handle some. Yeah, actually, so my shader right now, like the way I do like rectangles and stuff, is it handles triangles plus textures in the same shader. Where do I have it? It's in my blog. That's actually part of blog. Let's look at I like the DirectX one more. But it actually so it takes I have this mask parameter, so I send in an extra parameter to my vertex. So I have position, text color, color, and mask, which is just an extra 4 bytes that I have. And what that ends up doing is it's basically different modes. So I can multiply, the input color, and honestly, this doesn't have to be. This could actually just be a single byte instead of 4, but whatever. So yeah, I have different modes. So it's either going to take the input color by texture, or it's going to be a shape, which is just a wash, which is this one, I guess. Or it just takes the text, or it's only the alpha. So I have a version that's the normal texture being drawn, or an alpha only version, or just a shape, just a triangle. Just draw out my triangle with whatever color I give you. So that simplifies it at least a bit. So then I can do batch.rect and batch.texture, and these will be the same. These will be in the same draw call. But I don't have a circle version. A circle version would be cool. For now, I will just make a circle. It doesn't need to be very big because this game is tiny. Sprites. Because I'll put this in FX. Okay, so to start with, I'll just draw all the sides, and then maybe I'll try to cull the ones that are overlapping. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that seems tricky, but that does make sense. Yeah, scientist stuff is really cool. I haven't really used scientist stuff at all, except for in fonts. I've been applying it in fonts, high-res font stuff. But there's there's a really cool library, multi-sign distant field fonts that I've seen. That very cool. just gonna make their seed. Some random value based on position. Just this way, each line gets like a unique display. Okay, top right to bottom right, bottom right to bottom left, and bottom left to top left. Okay, there are my clouds. We will not draw anything yet. Oh, and then I need to draw the inside of this thing. And I guess I want a color. Draw the inside of it. Okay. Now I want to draw the actual line. And I need a texture. So I'll just get my circle texture. And I should probably put this outside of it, whatever. Okay, with the normal, with the length, I think I'm just going to step along the length. By whatever the circle size kind of is. I mean, the circle size, I'm going to have random sizes of them. So I have this circle texture, and I'm going to scale this to whatever I want. So then I'm going to step along it and draw it at different sizes. So I'm just going to say float. Long equals 0, well, long is less than length. Run code. So then float step is going to be equal to some random value. I'm going to make a random seed, a random number thingy here, which I have a simple RNG generator. So then the size we're going to say is RNG.nextFloat, and I think like anywhere between 2 to 8 pixels for the radius or the size. This isn't radius, this is size. That's how big each of my circles is going to be as I step along, and I think we'll play with this as we go, and I'll probably make these constants after. And then at the end of this, we're going to say long plus equals step, and then step is actually going to be calc minimum this value or whatever is remaining. Have I read The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Quasi-Random Sequences? I have not. But I will look this up because it sounds interesting to me. Because I like this kind of stuff. No, this looks cool. I'll read this after. Thank you. Yeah, it totally might be. I think what I often end up doing is like reducing my randomness afterwards. So I kind of start with like this example, like here, like pure random, and then like between two numbers or whatever, and then I end up being like, well, I don't like it when it's this, and I don't like it when it's that, so I end up saying, well, it can either be 2, 4, or 8, you know. So I have to end up like kind of clamping them to like way more discrete numbers afterwards. But I'm gonna start with this. But yeah, that sounds fun. I'm gonna read that. Thank you for linking it to me. Circle that width. Okay, now to start drawing, I'm just going to draw points along the line. So I'm just going to say, so from I'm going to change these all like that. And then here we'll say at plus equals normal times step. And then here we're just going to draw, oh, I need to pass my batch in. Like that. Then we'll say batch.texture circle. Now I should look up how this circle actually like, is this just is this going to look up every single time? Like, is this, yeah, so I don't want that. Does it give me a pointer? What does it give me? Okay. And I want to draw this just at, I think. Oh, not quite. I want to do this at, but like centered and then offset slightly. So at, I'll figure that out later. And this, I need scale. Origin, I want to predetermine the origin. I want scale to be scale times step. And then rotation 0, and then whatever my color was. This needs to be circle. Yeah, and then my origin is going to be the same all the time. So circle origin is going to be 2f circle width circle height. Okay, circle origin, and then my at position. Why are you not happy? What are you upset about? What are you talking about? Position, origin, scale. Oh, scale needs to get back to. Okay. And then I just need to offset this by half. I need to set this. Yeah, I need to offset this by half value. One hack you I could do this is say at plus equals normal times step times 0.5f, and then here just do the same thing again. And that way I don't have to do any extra math in there. And then now, okay, this isn't finished yet, but this should at least draw wobbly circles along the edge, and I'm gonna make them move after. It is quite square, obviously, but that's fine. I think I want the size to be kind of different though. Like this is where I think it should be. This is where, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna make this like. Right. Okay, whatever, I'll do it like this. That's better. I think I don't want the 2 pixel one now. Yeah, even the 4 pixel one seems kind of small. Oh, also that's kind of. Alright, that's actually fine. Yeah, maybe that's fine. Now I basically want them to move in and out. And that would normally use a sine wave, but I don't think I want to use sine on every single one of these. I could just use a sine wave on every single one of these. And it would probably be fine. Okay, for example, for now, I'll just use sine just to see what it looks like. But I think if I actually do this, I want to like, I don't know how slow sine is really, but it doesn't feel that fast. That's quite fast now. Right, and then I don't want them, so this sine value needs to only go outwards, basically. Or, no, you can't go inwards. I just have to not draw. I think I need to inflate this down a little bit. Don't do it like this, I guess, but whatever. I should make constants for it. Yeah, oh yeah, they're coming off the rectangle too much. I'm gonna fix that in a moment. I have an idea for that. I think I also need to step along slightly less than the step amount. So, or I need to make their size slightly larger than the step. So then I guess float size and go step times like 1.25 or something. So that way here, position should be size and size. So they're a bit bigger. And then the next thing I need to do is I need to actually draw, I'll show you a rectangle. Kind of a quad, I guess, but probably just a rectangle. It'll be easy to do the quad, but I need to fill in the space behind the circle. And I could do this by basically making the circle, maybe let's do like, I could do it by doing this, basically. And then that'll like not let it be weird. So maybe I'll do that, and then I'll have to rotate them all. So I'll just show you. I'll just draw a rectangle. Here, I'll do it like this. Actually, you see position plus times size, position plus times size, minus perpendicular times like, I don't know, like 8 or something, and then position minus times 8 color. And that should do it. I was trying to draw. Scale the circles based on the offset displacement. Yes. I think that's what I'm kind of trying to do now. It's not what I did at all. Position. Oh, I need to, that's, whoops. Minus. Yeah, I should store these values in nicer ways. Just gonna see if this works. Okay, so it doesn't work everywhere, specifically here on some of these corners. And yeah, they move too much still, so I'll reduce the movement amount to like, probably like 2. It's pretty good. I still see a bug right here. But I think I can fix that by like, okay, so one thing is I want to make this a lot. This is an ugly, disgusting line. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new vector called. What do I want to call this? This is like side, I guess. I don't know. It's whatever this value is. So that's side. We'll rename this to center. And then this can draw a center, and then this can be center minus side, center plus side, center plus side minus perpendicular. Now I want to change that value to, and this can be center minus side times perpendicular. This is like going back towards the ground. So I want to say float push out is going to be this number. And then I want this this is basically, oh, that's fine, yeah. Place 2 to 3 circles or one large one on corner points. Yes. Should fix that. I think I'm gonna do that. The other thought I had was making it so that the sizes decrease towards the edges, so they can get bigger at the center and then decrease. But I think I might like your idea more. Like, for example, if I said that step, I should actually clamp this. I just realized this could be really small. I think it's fine. But yeah, I think putting ones in the corner would fix. I think I like your idea more. I was thinking about making it so that it scaled them down, so like that. But I think I might like your idea more. Whoa, what the hell is this? This is wrong. This is just oh no, that's kind of right. This is my render. I was looking at the wrong thing. No, this is just me. Like, I'm just using like the C++ time or like chrono library to just like log how long each like my update and render takes, which is why this is really weird, because this is like including vsync and stuff, and it's not playing nice. Like, it's being really weird. But this is just logging, like using chrono C++ chrono time or whatever to like log how long the render and update takes. This is like how long it kind of like takes in terms of my code, and then this is just weird. But this should be 16-ish, because it should be synced. It should be using vsync. So yeah, frame rate stuff is so janky. It's kind of absurd how like weird it is. Okay, this feels cool though. I'm liking this. Oh, instruments on macOS. I've never used that, but that does sound cool. I've used I guess for memory stuff I've used Valgrind, which has been useful, but I haven't tried that. Yeah, I kind of like the sign thing. I mean, it's fine right now. I am definitely worried that sign is kind of slow, but I don't have that many of these, and I'm gonna call a lot of these. Like, I'm gonna check if they're on screen soon, and not draw them if they're not, which will help. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Windows has Valgrind either, so I guess maybe now with the Windows for Linux or whatever it's called, even though it's Linux for Windows, but yeah, I think if I just add a corner one, it'll be fine. Yeah, and then I'll just add kill plane. Like, I'll add a kill plane, like right here, for example. This is real level. Windows subsystem for Linux, thank you. I think I want to try adding some of these here. I'm going to try it by just doing like want to see if I do. It doesn't need to be high up. Yeah, I'm curious. I want to try adding some in the background and seeing how they feel. I might make them like a different object in the future. This is gonna get so like messy, basically. Oh, that's still not far enough back. I wish I knew how far back my background tiles were. I should look that up. Oh, interesting. That actually makes sense, but I had not considered that those tiles had. Wait, okay, let me fix those tiles, and then we'll see how this looks. Tile sets. Right. I'm just gonna do it just on these ones really quick. I think that's pretty cool. I got that bug again. That's so weird. This is how it's going to taco spin. I'm spinning on this thing, so that's cool. So pretty good, I'd say. It seems like a good time, honestly. But no, in general, it's going good. And compute sign a handful of times, and I have all circles reference different ones among them for computation analysis. Yeah, I think the most expensive part of this, honestly, is going to be the sign calculation over and over again. Like every single, like there's like hundreds of these, and if I add them all in the background like this, which I want to do because they look cool, I'm going to end up with like, you know, a lot of them. So it seems probably worth it. Again, I had not had this like this has not happened ever until just now. Slowly becoming bird game, yeah, totally. With each circle having their own size and maybe speed, variation might be enough. Yeah, I honestly think it is. I think the sine wave helps a lot though, because the sine wave like eases them in and out. So I like the idea of pre-computing. Like I could honestly just do like, probably do this in a constant expression, but like, I can't quite, but like, I could do such a, I didn't know C++ lets you do this, but you can like write a function and then invoke it immediately and make it return like this. we could do that. We can keep the sign values. I could do that. That should in theory work. Yeah, it's like, oh, I made them. I forgot I got rid of the tau in there. So they got jigglier. I would want to, like, since this doesn't take tau anymore, so I made the speed. I want to basically divide this by like that to have the same speed. Should be really fast. Wow, yeah, I keep getting it now. Very consistent. Yeah, so the player's basically missing it. Is it every time? Can I make it not happen? Or is it always now? No, it's not always. This feels kind of like a hack, but it actually works, so I don't know if I care. I'll just leave it there for now. These should be, though, like that. Okay. That all works. Yeah, so I think the grapple, I'll try to fix the grapple bug. That's really weird. Misses the grapple point and retracts back and forth. Yeah, so I thought I fixed that by doing this code, because this is saying the dot product of the from point based on the normal. So, like, but our from point's probably constantly changing. So I think the problem here so, like, the dot product is, like, our normal is this way, and originally, like, our from point is over here and our 2 point is here. So the normal and the from point, like, the dot product of that is, like, positive because they're both going this way. So then my idea was if the from point goes past and then the 2 points back here, that's now a different value. So then the normal and the values go this way, and then the dot product would be negative, and so it should cancel out. But clearly that's not actually happening for some reason. And I don't know why. Like, to me, that seems like it should be going negative. Yeah, a stack vector is just an std array, but it has a size. So, like, std array is like well, they're both fixed sizes, but my stack vector is more like a vector in that it has like a size and a capacity. So you could, like, have 32. A capacity of 32, but only 3 elements in it. So I find that slightly useful. I don't know. Long term, I might just, like, replace them with arrays. Okay, what am I getting? this never go negative? That's really weird. Shouldn't it be going negative? Whoa, here's a different desktop. I don't know how that happened. Do I need to make it normal? I didn't think I had to take the normal of it because yeah, I shouldn't have. It's all I'm trying to see if they're parallel or not. Is from point not following me? No, it's my position. How is this always 1? Control plus alt right. Oh, okay. Control. I must have just tapped that as I was messing around. Oh yeah, is my normal changing? Did I? Oh, I think I changed this here. I did change this here. Okay, I only want to do this code if I actually moved. If the thing moved. Otherwise, I don't want to update the normal. If the thing did not move, I do not want to update the normal. Because otherwise, yeah, this never gets, this never becomes, it's just flipping it along with it. You miss programming so much? Do you not program anymore? I accidentally started programming when I was like 12 or 13 and I just haven't stopped. Which is, yeah, how it goes. It did feel like an accident. I just wanted to make a game, so I hoped, like, I had Game Maker, an RPG Maker, and I was just making stuff in it, and then I was like, oh, I need the camera to like follow me, and all the stuff online just like people pasted code, so I just copy and pasted their code, and then into my project, and I was like, well, the camera's not moving fast enough, so how to make the camera move faster? And it's like, well, they have a speed variable in this code, I'll change that, and then next thing I know, it's 20 years later, and I'm fucking sitting in front of a computer all day, coding nonstop. I have to write a thing. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, if you're just too busy to code, 'cause you're doing other thing, that's fair. Was it really that long ago? Yeah, I started using Game Maker. I guess it wasn't 20 years ago. I started using Game Maker 15 or 16 years ago. 2005? 2006? Somewhere around there? Yeah. So yeah, it's been a long time. Okay, that's feeling cool though. I like my background clouds. You remember being born in 2002? Yeah. I remember being born in 1993. What do you think you would have done if you hadn't programmed? Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have done some art stuff, honestly. I I kind of wish, like, I did take university, or I did go to university for a few years, and I took some art classes, and honestly, I kind of wish I did more of those. Like, I love programming, and I'm always gonna program, but I was kind of already programming a lot, like, just because I liked it, and I kind of wish that I'd taken more, like, art classes and less programming ones, because then I feel like maybe I would have, like, you know, since I'm already programming all day anyways, but I wasn't really drawing all day, so it might have been fun to, like, take classes and stuff I wasn't constantly doing, and then I could, like, I don't know, learn different skills more. So I could see myself having a lot of fun. Like, I mean, I still do art, like I still do pixel art, and I still, like, draw. I have, like, a tablet I draw on and stuff, but I could see myself wanting to do more art in general. I don't know if I'd be able to do that full time, but I could see myself doing more art kind of stuff. I didn't think I was gonna be able to make games, like, full time for a long time, especially before Celeste. Like, I thought I'd probably just make games kind of on the side for fun all the time, and then most of, like, when I was actually, like, you know, not making money from games, I was doing a lot of web development. So I paid my rent and stuff by doing web dev. And I thought for a long time that I was probably just going to do web dev forever, and then just make games for fun, like make games like this for fun, and just do web dev. But obviously Celeste did well enough that I can be a game developer full time. I don't like how these objects, you can't really see what the fuck is going on with them. Like, they're like in front of other objects, which is okay, but kind of, this is gonna get annoying if I'm placing these. I can't see what these are, but I think I'll leave it for now, because yeah. Assassin. Yeah. Somersault kick after your crouch ball. That's not a bad idea. I could do, like, a slide kick or something, like, you do like this and then attack. Maybe they could do, like, a slide attack or something. It's kind of a fun idea. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm also wondering if maybe I should give them a speed in general. What the? Well, I should probably at least give them a... But, excuse me, I might give them an actual, like, speed, like a field that I can modify. I don't remember how fast the player moves. But yeah, that feels better. Yeah. Yeah, I need more music. Okay, the next thing I want to do is actually find the camera and not draw these if they're not in the camera view. Which is something, I could make this a generic system somehow at some point. Yeah, you implement debug visibility layers to toggle those visuals that were in the way. That is a big lambda, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have like one for all entities, but in that case, this case is not very useful because these are entities. So it might be nice to have some way of toggling those off, or have entities understand depth in some way. Like it'd be kind of nice if these ones went behind, like they knew that they knew they were low. Like these are your background ones. They know they're low depth, so that like went behind all this other stuff. It's interesting. Because yeah, this is long term. This is going to be annoying. I mean, maybe it's not annoying enough to like I can just work on the game like this, and it would probably be fine. But yeah, one thing I did that was really useful is I made it so that if there's something completely covered by a different object and it's smaller than it, then you can select it. So like this grapple target is like fully enveloped by this object, so I actually let you like focus that thing instead, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to click on this grapple point. So that was kind of useful. So that at least makes it like less annoying, but still. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's pretty subtle. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, does camera have a bounds? Bound. How do I get the visible bounds? Oh, I guess I don't have that yet. It's kind of surprising. Could I explain why components are in a linked list? Yeah, kind of because I'm lazy. They probably shouldn't be. Also, how did you even notice that? Maybe because you've been here before or something and I talked about it. I don't even know how you noticed that without. But yeah, basically like, I don't love how this is set up. But yeah, they're a linked list. Okay, that makes sense. So the reason I'm making them a linked list in this case is for simplicity, and due to C++ memory management. Because the way, like, if you have a true, this is gonna get a little bit complicated, but if you have a true ECS, components are just data. So if you move them, like in their physical memory location, if you move them around, it doesn't matter because they don't care about what they are. But in my system right now, I have lambdas, callbacks basically for different things. So I need an example of an entity. But I have like cases where like they reference themselves, and I'm usually kind of careful about it. But for example, this body onBlocked has and this one doesn't capture anything, but if I did capture stuff, and then this component was moved, its physical memory location was moved, this could explode because it's no longer referencing itself, it's referencing where it was before and not the new one. So if I make it so that like lambdas and stuff can't actually, you can't capture yourself, like you have to use, you're not allowed to do that, then I could make it so components can move. And then I could put components in a flat list, and then if you add more components, it can throw away that list and expand it, and the memory locations move. So long story short, right now they're in a linked list because I instantiate each component and link them together, and that way their memory location is fixed until they die. And that way if I ever reference them through some weird way, which I'm not right now, but if I did, through like a lambda or something, they don't explode. Now, I've actually been looking through my code. I looked through it a while ago to see like I'm not actually using lambdas. Like I'm always I'm never capturing stuff, and especially never capturing themselves. So like I'm actually safe in like almost every situation to move components around. So it is an argument, I think, long term to make components just a single like flat list that expands. But right now they're linked lists because I don't want the memory locations to move. And then linked list specifically, like I could have a vector of just pointers, but the reason I did a linked list is because it's really easy to remove them. So when you destroy a component, I don't have to search for it in the list. I just remove it. I just I unlink it, and it's a doubly linked list. So I just remove it and stitch it back together, and then I don't have to do any extra stuff. I don't have to go searching for it through every single component or whatever. So that makes O1 removing, so it's just instant removal, instant addition. So that part of it's really nice. So, but long term, I think what I would ultimately do, like if I actually wanted to for the scope of this project, I don't really, I'm never gonna slow this game down enough. Having components not in a concise array is never going to slow this game down enough, because I'm already doing things inside component updates that are slow and they're accessing memory all over the case. If I did a true ECS where a system was iterating over components, then 100%, yeah, it would be better to have them in an actual contingent memory block. For the scope of this game though, it just doesn't really matter, so it hasn't been high priorities like change. But if you're doing a true ECS and then components are just data, I definitely do not think a linked list makes sense, because they don't care, the component doesn't care that it's moving or where it is because it's just data. But in my case, I have a lot of behavior inside my components and they do a lot of stuff, and there's just that risk factor of if I ever reference this by a pointer, it could explode. But yeah, what I would honestly probably do if I ever change this is just to make it a fixed, a buffer that can expand. And then when you delete a component, instead of removing it from the buffer, I would just mark it as dead, and it gets recycled. So the next time you need a component, it just uses that one at that slot. So right now, I don't create memory that often in this thing, because it recycles the components. So even though it is each component is its own memory location and is its own instantiation, I recycle them. So as you go through rooms, it's gonna, deletes the old room, creates the new room, and then the new room is made out of all the components that used to exist. So once the game is running for more than 2 minutes, I'm not actually allocating almost at all. So yeah, just hasn't really been, but yeah, that's the super long explanation, but that's kind of where it's at and my thought process behind it. Yeah, so I don't think I would a true ECS makes way more sense to just actually have it in a proper block of memory, for sure. Yeah. Yes, I think ent is really good. I'm gonna pretend that this thing doesn't scale right now, because I don't feel or rotate. I actually don't think it does, but so in that case, all I need to do is return. I just want to get the rough bounds. And if I ever add scaling to this game, this will be wrong. But that's okay. I'll update it when I need to do that. Yeah, I can't even tell anymore. All good. Cool. What does inflate do to rect? It adds that amount of pixels to all sides of it. So if you have a rectangle like this and you inflate it by 16, it gets like 16 pixels like that. So I'm inflating the camera bounds by a bit so it still draws these, even if they're not totally overlapping with it, because since the circles draw past the edges, yeah, since the circles draw past their edges, I want to inflate the camera bounds a bit, because with a bit of leeway, so that way it doesn't pop. Like, actually, I can show you what let's do negative 16, so that way it like it draws it like they'll pop. Now they'll pop in. In theory, yeah. So now they pop in. I'm gonna call the stream pretty soon because I've been streaming for over 4 hours actually, and that's pretty good for me. But I'll answer these last few questions, and then I think I'm gonna call it. But this has been really fun. Got a lot done. Feels pretty good. So that's cool. This is my giant commit. Commit lots of stuff. There, that's the useful commit message for everyone. Don't do that in real life. I've been reading on Twitter about this before, but could you talk a bit about the camera of this or Slash M2? Does it have push margins, and how do you snap it in a room? Okay, so this game currently does not have push margins. This game is just centered on the player. So it's centered on a player with constraints. So all it does is clamp it to the bounds of the room and then the player. So it's following the player. I think it lags behind the player a bit, so it's approaching the player. So it's trying to catch up to the player constantly. So it's never quite, it's not one-to-one with the player. It's like trying to move towards the player. And it just uses I think it just uses like a delta time specific lerp basically. So it's just kind of following it along. So the player moves and it's just like kind of trying to catch up. And then for the bounds, you basically just clamp it to the bounds inset. So this room, for example, like the camera position's at the center, like right, I realize pointing doesn't make sense, but the camera bounds is about here, or the camera position's about here, but I want it to snap earlier. So I just say, it takes it from the room edges and insets it by half the camera, half the screen width, and that's where you clamp to. So it's clamping here, and about here, etc. And then finally, what you do when you transition into a new room is I figure out the new room I'm in, and I say I want the camera position to be where the player will be, but then I also snap that into the room. So that's why, like for example, this room, it slides the camera down a bit because it's clamping it to the new room. So if it just did a straight, so like if this room was taller, so that it could go higher, then the camera's going to go directly straight horizontally across because it can. And then it actually moves down after that because the previous room locked it. But for example, if I make this room a lot shorter, now the camera's going to go down because it has to clamp into that position. And that's basically it. That's all there is to it. So it just has a bounds that it clamps to, and then when it transitions between different rooms, it clamps them. Clamps them to the new bounds. That's pretty much it. I hope that makes sense. It's fairly simple. It's just camera follows player and clamps to bounds, and then during the transition I use to a lerp. So my camera system has a simple lerp function like, oh, go from here to here over this amount of time. So when you hit the screen edge, it says when you hit the screen edge, it says go from here to the new position over the duration, however long my screen transition is, which is like 0.3 seconds or something like that. And then yeah, that's it. I don't love that it does this little bit of thing where it like pops down afterwards. And that's because it had to be clamped for this room, and then in the next room it's no longer clamped on the bottom, so it like can go down more. So I might try to fix that at some point, so it nicely slides into this position. But I'll fix that another time. Cool. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. But thanks for hanging out, everyone. This is a lot of fun. I like this stuff. the stuff that was implemented. I had a lot of fun with it. I think I will draw a new spring sprite at some point, but yeah. Yeah, see you next week. That's the plan. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you too. Have a nice weekend. I'll see you all later.